meetings and all other public meetings of the town of Hatfield. All regular and special meetings of the boards and committees of the town of Hatfield shall be open to the public and shall conform to the open meeting law. Executive sessions are closed to the public and will be held only as prescribed by the statutes of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It is important to recognize that the open meeting law affords the opportunity to listen to the proceedings, but not necessarily participate. During meetings of the Select Board, an attempt will be made to find a balance between hearing from members of the community and conducting the required business of the Hatfield Select Board. And just for the public's information, this meeting tonight is being recorded. So first item is announcements. You didn't have anything?
No.
Greg, did you have anything? I have two quick announcements. One is I did hear from a resident today concerned about the town employees who are parking on the side of the building for a longer period of time during the day. And I just would ask our town employees to leave those spots open as much as possible for residents who are coming in for short-term trips into the town hall, or trying to get into the Council on Aging that way. And then the other thing is I just wanted to let townspeople know that I will be traveling to Boston on Thursday. Are you going? Not sure?
I think DPW.
Yeah, Garrett's going. So at least Garrett, Barry, and I from the DPW are traveling in to testify at a Chapter 90, at the hearing for a Chapter 90 reform bill. And we wanted to just do that on behalf of, Hatfield weigh in, officially in-person testimony on the importance of increasing Chapter 90 funding because, we all know that there isn't enough. So I thank Garrett. Garrett and I have been talking about the testimony and we're going to go in and do that together. So just wanted to let townspeople know that.
One more announcement.
Yes, sorry.
It comes in the form of Chief Flaherty and our newest hire in the town.
Oh, Peter, could we maybe ask you to take a seat in the back for just a second? Peter was all ready to go.
Anybody with chief in their title gets in front of me.
Chief, welcome.
Good evening. So before you this evening, so you get to meet, and also the residents that watch this later get to meet our new full-time firefighter EMT, Jeremy Rice. He started back with us in February. He got through his training in about 3 weeks' time and was able to get signed off on apparatus and so forth, and we felt comfortable that he was able to handle calls if he were to be left alone for some reason. He comes to us with about 3 years of experience from Leverett Fire. He already has his firefighter 1 and 2 certification, his hazmat certification, fire prevention officer, and a couple of other things under his belt. So he's coming with us with a little bit of experience, which has definitely been beneficial. And he's also very good with some of the computer and IT stuff. So it's been helpful as we're getting our new program up and running and so forth and trying to make everything electronic. So it's been very beneficial.
That's great. Jeremy, welcome. Thanks
Thank you.
for coming on board here in Hatfield. I'm nice that residents get to see you, and on the unfortunate chance that they need to run into you professionally. But we're glad you're here. It sounds like you bring a lot to the table. We're grateful for that.
Appreciate it.
In small towns, people need to have a lot of different hats. So that's really appreciated. And I did hear a little bit about the computer program. Eventually, like even burning permits.
Yes, I actually started issuing, I did 2 burn permits electronically last week, smoke and CO already, food truck, and something else. There was another one that I've already moved over to the electronic format. And today, actually, Jeremy put the link right on our top of our website to take you to Pay Here, which will take you to the Unipay site that's for the fire department. So you can pay all of your permits, invoices, essentially anything for the fire department is now online if you want to.
That's terrific.
So.
Well, we're talking about burn permits. So we have one of the old-fashioned ones. We got one of the paper ones a few weeks ago. I haven't had a chance to use it yet because it hasn't been great weather. But they mentioned that burning season might be cut short this year. Did you want to mention that?
So as it looks right now, due to the change in the weather over the last about 14 or 16 days, I believe we've had enough rain. Prior to that, the western part of the state was still considered in a significant drought. So there was question early on if whether or not we were going to be able to allow burning all the way through May 1st, which is the normal cutoff, or cut it short. But I have not heard anything new to this point, and I think the rain is definitely going to help subside that a little bit. So I'm confident that right now we're going to keep it through May 1st.
Great. Well, if the wind could stop, that would be
Yes.
helpful too.
For a lot of days we have not due
Yeah.
to the high winds, and they're excessively high. It's not just a
Yeah.
few miles an hour.
Right, right.
So.
Okay, great. Well, that's good to know, but
Thank you for joining
Yeah.
Hatfield.
Welcome aboard.
yeah, welcome, welcome. We're glad to have you. Thank you. Anything else? That's it? Easy. Jeremy, thanks.
Hey guys, you're on.
Okay, is anyone here for public forum? No. So we're going to dive right into the agenda. We have some agenda items to get through, and then at 6:30, we're expecting the Finance Committee to come in to get to work on some budget and town meeting matters. So our first order of posted business is our consent agenda, which is the approval of the March 25th, 2025 minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the meeting minutes of March 25th, 2025.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Topic 1 of posted business is a liquor license, a one-day liquor license application for the Pioneer Valley Habitat for Humanity, which is a fundraiser event that runs at RK Miles on May 21st, 2025 from 6 to 8 p.m. And we have with us Peter Langlois to talk about it a little bit. So obviously, Karen, this application and all the paperwork looks like it's completely in order. We do this every year. So if you want to just tell us a little bit about it and.
Yeah, it's one of their biggest fundraisers of the year, and is just a food and beverage event, which I came on board a few years back, sort of as the culinary coordinator to try to use my friends and connections to, keep it a fun food event. So we have, 10 or 12 great restaurants, wineries, and breweries on board, and it's a sampling event. And not sure how much the tickets are, but they can be found at the Habitat for Humanity website. It's just a fun night, and lots of networking going on, and people just having a good time. There's an auction, some live music, and
And it
some of
supports a good cause.
It's
Supports a
absolutely
good
for a
cause,
good cause, yeah, and it's some of the best restaurants in the valley providing samplings from their menu, so.
So I just took a picture of the details so I can put it in my calendar, so thanks for that. Again, everything looks in order, all the insurance, liability, all of that, so I don't have any questions. Ed, do you have any questions?
No, it just says the functions from 6 to 8. Okay.
Questions, Greg?
Questions? Looks great.
We get all we can out of them in 2 hours, and then we go home. We're all too old to be up past 8. No, it's a pretty fast-moving event, and yeah, people are coming from work, and they got a couple hours left in them to schmooze around, and then
It's nice weather.
it's not an all-night thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we do it right we're right inside the big part of the lumber yard. So yeah, yep.
Yeah, okay, perfect. I don't have any more questions, so I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to grant the application for a one-day liquor license to the Pioneer Valley Habitat for Humanity Incorporated, which the function will be at RK Miles on West Street in Hatfield from 6 to 8 p.m. on Wednesday, the 21st of May, 2025.
Second.
A motion made and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, Peter, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next order of business is the approval of the DPW Director Job Description and the process for the search to fill that position. So we have this red markup, and this has, there was a few changes. So I had asked for the Chapter 30B language. Where is that? Okay. So we did add Chapter 30 specific language around the understanding of Chapter 30B procurement, and I had asked for some grant language that's in here.
That should be in there as
Yep.
well. I didn't put that in the red line because that
Right,
was
that was-
basically
we
accepted
did-
by this board.
that's right,
So
we did.
anything in here has changed since your last meeting from
Okay,
Wednesday.
we did do that at the last meeting.
Yep,
And so, I'm sorry, did you want to talk about the red line, just so they know where this came from?
Just a very brief overview. So at your last meeting, last Wednesday, there was a request made to have this reviewed by DPW staff and the 3 superintendents, and to also circulate it with some of our other department heads. So that was done, was sent to department heads and to DPW staff, and they came back with these recommendations. A couple of them are more for copy edits, but still, I'm glad they caught them, which shows the wisdom of the crowd there. And then there was a good point made by one of the superintendents just around making sure that there's input from the superintendents and really trying to avoid some micromanaging of day-to-day operations of some of the superintendents, and understanding that, especially at the plants, they'll know the plants better than the director might in some cases, so that while they're the boss, they're overseeing them, we want to make sure there's input from the superintendents on a lot of the things that they're directing them on. And I think that point is made nicely in this job description.
And adding the language about tree warden and ADA coordinator.
That was caught by our town clerk
Yep.
who said, we do have this person listed as the ADA coordinator and the tree warden right now. Is it still the intention to continue that way? And I think it is. I think we wanted to list this job description mostly the way it was before, and that includes those two functions, which I think makes sense.
Good changes. I'm glad we circulated it. They had some good input.
Very helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Nice.
That was a good recommendation, Greg. Any further thoughts, Ed?
No, I think it was well thought out
Yeah.
and includes everything
Yep.
that was discussed.
Okay. Do we need to approve it? It says we need to make a motion to approve it.
Recommend that.
I'll make a motion to approve the DPW Director Job Description
As presented.
as presented.
I'll second that.
A motion made and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And then a motion to create a DPW Director Search Committee, or how, I guess it's really a discussion on how we want to move forward on that.
Yeah.
You asked the question last time when we got sidetracked. I'm sorry about that.
That's
So I
okay.
assume you have some thoughts.
No, I was going to kick around the idea of putting a search committee together if we wanted to. And, I mean, you'd have supervisor participation, at least one of them on that, and possibly the town administrator, I assume. And I'm not sure if a member of the board would be on there, since we're going to see the final candidates afterwards. But those were just some ideas.
So more of an employee committee, not necessarily a town?
Well, I think a person from the town might
Yeah, I think,
be good to help represent the town, yes. I mean, I know some people
I bet there'd be a few
that'd
people.
be great.
Yeah, that would be really great.
I guess it determines on how many how big of a committee we want for this. We know,
Are you suggesting all the superintendents take part?
not necessarily.
I mean, I'd
I'm
hate to
suggesting
exclude
at least
anybody.
one.
What would your thoughts be?
I have, and I'm not sure if this is a professional consideration or just something I've always felt somewhat uncomfortable with, is the idea of hiring your own boss. I've always been somewhat skeptical of that, but at the same time, it happens in most professional settings that a lot of times there is at least one direct report of a vacant position that's involved with a search. But
And this
I'm
certainly
often
wouldn't be the
skeptical of it.
hiring, you're not suggesting this would be a hiring body, but it would,
Well, we would hire.
Yeah, right. It would
we hire-
ultimately
I mean, this would
be to
just
go through-
submit- To
right,
submit the candidates to the board, and then we would do interviews on TV with hopefully 2 or 3, and then we would make the final decision.
right.
So you really just need a screening
Right,
committee of
that's what,
sorts.
yeah, sort
And
of
the
like we
question
did with the
is-
administrator
Sure.
position.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, I do kind of like the idea of the superintendents, because I think that they all are, they're so, mindful of their own department and what their own department really needs from this position. So I could go either way, to be honest, not having them or having them, but I think having only one isn't a great idea.
One way to potentially, this is just a suggestion, you could have Eric Meals involved in it as a former superintendent who's now still on staff, and someone who's, competent in the position and understands, the work of the department well, but not necessarily as directed by them on a day-to-day basis. That might be a nice way to square that circle.
For that one department.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or you could count that as
All of
employee,
them. Yeah.
employee participation if you wanted to. But you could certainly include more.
Yeah, Eric would be, I think, versed enough in even the highway side and the water side to probably, but that's a thought. Yeah. Greg, did you have any?
No, I agree with that. I hadn't thought of that before. That's a great idea, I think. I don't know about the supervisors or not. Like all 3 supervisors, that would be a lot of people involved in it, is all.
I get your point, too. I mean, I'm open to either way, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also depends how many people you end up getting applying. If you end up with 3 candidates, you could probably interview them all, or you could have me and whoever else you want do a quick screen just to make sure that they seem like plausible candidates.
What I don't want to do is really hold this up that much more, so I would like to get this advertised, get it rolling. I mean,
Guys, tomorrow.
yeah, I think we should do that, and then, maybe, what are you thinking, 3 or 5 people?
Well, I was just thinking, I don't know if Andrew wanted to be part of that process. I thought that would be good. And then Miles would be
Meals,
a
Eric
good,
Meals?
good person.
he would be great.
That'd be 2. And then I'm not sure
Committee,
if we want a department head he's going to have to work with all the department heads too, so whether one of the department heads possibly, and
like the DPW department heads or
no, our department heads, could be whoever.
police chief?
Could be police chief, fire chief, whatever. And then a couple people, maybe 1 or 2 people from town. I'm just, I know Mr. Keir he's very good at not being on the search committee, but
First person we put on, Dave.
but
Bob, you had your hand up?
being able to give suggestions on who he might think should be on the committee, since he's well-versed in committees and has been on many.
Chief?
So in the past, some of the other search committees for other department heads have included the same level rank from a neighboring department, so another DPW director, somebody from finance, a town resident, somebody from the department, and then...
Oh, yeah, we could really make this.
I think, but you could get to probably just to 5
Yeah,
and still keep it relatively close. If you wanted one person that represents all 3 departments, another DPW director or supervisory, whether retired or not, finance committee, town person, and then whatever you thought for the 5, because that's how a lot of the other previous police chief, fire chief, and a couple of the others, over the last 15 or 20 years have consisted of for that original screening committee.
great. Luke, you had your hand up.
I was just going to say that I think it's important that you choose someone, whether it's the townsperson or you have an additional person that has a background in either the public works sector, like a neighboring town, but for like the resident, someone who's in the fields and understands the workings of both snow and ice and construction and things of that nature, and the costs associated with it, so they can give a little bit better input.
That brings up Frank Monteith's name, but I don't know if he's in Florida. He would.
Well, and Eric would also be, to your point, Bob, Eric would sort of serve in that role. Plus, he has a familiarity with this department in particular and would serve. But there's so many people in town who work in this field and have experience that I could think of a number of people who'd be great to help. So I guess I do think, to your point, somebody from maybe the finance committee.
I know at least the last fire chief and police chief, I believe there was a finance committee member on both of the screening committees. And I believe there was a police chief and a fire chief on both for the respective disciplines at that time.
It wasn't fire chief, as I was on that one. Speg Nabel from Hadley was on the committee.
Another one.
Right. But I mean, I would suggest that Eric Meals could fill that same role. So but also has pretty sound knowledge of specifically Hatfield, DPW issues. So that's a thought we could ask. All right, so let's decide, 3 or 5 members, and who do you have as a suggestion from either a town standpoint or like a general?
No, when Luke brought up somebody with a background, my first thought was Frank Motica, because he actually ran the DPW at one time, but I don't know if he's available. I don't know if he's still in Florida. They usually come back for the summer, so that was my first thought that I was
I think
thinking
would be
of.
great.
But I know there's a lot of people in town that have the background somewhat, so I suppose,
Okay.
unless we ask, but we want to get this moving within a week's time, right? So,
Well, we can get it advertised with a deadline. We just have to have a committee seated before it's time to review applications. So the problem is if we really put it out there, like for people who might want to join on, that's just another delay in, doing it. But I guess we really have to do that. We should open it up and have people be able to, put their name in as wanting to be considered, because we could have some excellent candidates out there that we're not even thinking about. But
Now, you don't have a meeting again until the end of April, which
Right.
that should work out for timing. You can pick somebody by then, I would think. That gives candidates a few weeks to apply, and then you'd have a committee together by the time you start screening applications, which is probably fine.
yeah, that'll work. I mean, we can give this some more thought.
But
I mean,
I do
see
think
who
someone from the
applies.
finance committee, especially just from a consistency standpoint, where we've searched for these larger department head positions. So maybe we could ask our good friends on the finance committee. David won't make eye contact with me right now.
So we'll do,
So we could ask the finance committee and maybe just put it out there that we're looking for residents to, to be on this, particularly who have experience in DPW-related professions.
So by the
one
end of,
or 2 residents, you're thinking?
I would say you,
Yep,
a finance.
yep.
Mills,
Eric? Yep.
Eric,
Eric,
If he'll do it.
if he'll do it. And then that would be open to 2 residents. Yep. And Frank is an excellent suggestion.
if
So-
he's available.
You might want to reach out to like Rich Parcelletti, lives up on Linseed Road, he's a superintendent in Northampton, larger town and everything, has some good insight there. I don't know if he would do it or not, but he would be someone who would probably be good on a search committee.
Well, Mr. Antosh,
Or Mr. Antosh too, yeah, what?
There's really a lot of people in town who've had really great careers in this arena. So there's a lot of great candidates out there.
Yeah.
So hopefully, between all of those, so you'll let us know if Eric is agreeable to it?
so the process will be, we'll post it, and then we'll have a committee selected by our next meeting, and then they can review the applicants, and,
Well, we'll select the committee at our next meeting.
right.
Yeah. Yep.
And then we'll meet shortly after and screen applicants and set up interviews and have folks in here, hopefully by the end of May.
Okay,
Right on.
let's see what happens.
You need to vote to establish a search committee.
I'll make a motion to establish a 5-member search committee that includes a member of the finance committee, our town administrator.
Eric,
Do we identify Eric
I'd say
by name?
I would say a DPW representative.
A local DPW, local DPW representative, and then 2 Hatfield residents. So that's my motion.
second.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Because the interview process will take a bit, and then I would assume whoever we hire is really going to need to give a decent notice, to wherever they're working now. This is not a 2-week notice kind of job. Okay. Everybody good with the DPW Director position at this point? Ed, you good?
I'm good.
Good plan.
See what happens.
Fingers crossed. Okay, topic 3 is appointments and resignations, and we have a request here to appoint Kerry Flaherty to the Recreation Committee, which I think is an excellent idea.
Motion to appoint Kerry Flaherty to Recreation Committee.
A second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, topic 4, location agreement for a short film. So this is really, this is kind of exciting. So Hatfield's going to be the site of, looks like a very small part of a film that's being, what is it called? I saw it. Irving Berlin's View of the East River?
That's what it's called. So this
Hot
is,
diggity.
yeah,
Okay.
sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
I can send you the script too if you want. I guess it's a public document now since it was sent
For
to me.
any
But,
actors?
I believe it's been cast, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we had talked about this a couple months ago,
Yeah.
and at the time, it was looking like they had 2 scenes they wanted to film here in town. One is just B-roll and some filming of the Welcome to Hatfield sign and some other things as you cross into town, some shots down Main Street. And the other shot that they were looking to get was this kind of cool walk and talk scene along the Dyke Walk. Unfortunately, the director of photography said that the lighting wouldn't be quite right, and they're going to be shooting that scene in Hadley instead. So I know it's not good. I bring you bad news tonight.
So I'm going to question, why is the lighting is no different on this side of the river than that side of the river?
I would agree with that
What
entirely.
is the possible?
We're going to have to talk to this director of photography and find out. I will say, apart from that, the producer's been wonderful to work with. And after finding out that they were really only doing this one scene driving along the road, which will not in any way be a disruption to residents, most won't even realize there's something going on. Town council had said we probably don't even need a formal agreement. However, for the producer, for their paperwork, everything else, it is easier to have gone through this process, and they were actually kind of more generous than we were expecting to be. They wanted to make sure we had the insurance lined up and a few other things. So I think on their end, it's helpful. For us, it doesn't hurt. They'll make a very small donation to the town just to be very nice. So
This is a new revenue stream where we're getting $50. Yeah.
So it's something.
50
They
bucks.
really don't need to give us anything because they have every right to drive a car down the
Right.
street and film things. At the same time, it's a nice thing for them to do, and plus, it's going to look like the film takes place in Hatfield. So
That's so nice.
it'll be fun. So
What-
we'll have to arrange a
I wonder
screening.
why. Do you know anything about?
The writer of the film, one of them, two co-writers, one of them lives in Amherst, and I guess knows the area well, and just kind of thought it would be pretty on screen. So it should be fun.
Very exciting.
So all we need to do is just authorize signing this. Town council obviously has seen it and is comfortable with it, thinks it's more protection than we need, and we should be in good shape. And it'll just be signed by the chair.
Yes. I'm behind on my signatures.
No problem.
Hang on one second. I'm shirking my responsibilities over here.
So I think if you want to make a motion to accept it, to authorize the chair to sign it, I think that's
we
probably a good
probably
thing to do.
Yeah.
But
Think we do? Okay.
I think it's a good idea.
I'll make a motion that we have the chair sign the location agreement for this short film as presented.
Second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, motion made and second. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Karen, on this liquor license, do I just sign next to where it says approved? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I am backtracking here. I was not signing documents as we were making votes. Ed? Okay. Well, that's very exciting about the movie.
They'll be filming in 2 weeks, so hopefully they'll have good weather and Maybe something will happen, it'll be just a little too bright in Hadley, and they need to move things over here, but we'll see.
I know, I'm a little salty about that part of it, but I'll have to get over it. Okay, there you go. All right, very good. Next is topic 5, which is the open space and recreation plan.
So this is a lot of work that went into this plan through our Open Space Committee and others. The plan is a requirement from the state, from the state's Division of Conservation Services. I think the plan looks very good. The last step that's needed is a letter from 3 different bodies saying that they have reviewed it and approve of it: Planning Board, Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, and the Select Board. So we have a draft letter for you to approve of, saying that you've reviewed the plan and are comfortable with its submission, and we should be good to go.
Will this be posted anywhere where people can read it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be posted
It's pretty,
everywhere we
pretty
can. Yeah.
comprehensive.
Yeah, it's a good plan. It came out well.
But just so townspeople know, sort of the themes and specific needs that arose out of this were, preserving agricultural lands and working farms, obviously, protection of aquifers, wetlands, and floodplains, continue to improve and add more sidewalks, amen to that. The Open Space Committee should prioritize education and outreach, such as providing maps and descriptions of active and passive recreation opportunities in the town, a need and desire for more access to water resources in town for swimming, non-motorized boating and fishing, then a significant increase in increasing safe bicycling and walking options. So that's it in a nutshell, but it's pretty big. And hopefully we can get it up to where people can read that. So we just need to sign this letter. Does that need to be a vote?
I would recommend a vote just to say that you authorize signing of the letter.
I'll make a motion to approve signing of the review letter for open space and recreation plan.
Do you want to second that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Sorry, I was,
A motion made and second. Any further discussion?
no.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This is for all 3 of us to sign. Thank you, Andrew.
Of course.
And we said this will be on the town website?
Yeah.
As far as, okay.
And it's great, too. We have an action plan at the end of this document as well, similar to how we do in the comprehensive plan. So a lot of actions that we need to take. Good thing.
That just is for you, Greg, right here. And then there's just a letter for me, for all 3 of us to sign in here that's going to Congressman McGovern. This was not in our packet.
That's correct. This I found out about today, a couple hours before this meeting. So this, as I briefed the board on this a little bit ago, that there was a deadline with Congressman McGovern's office to apply for community project funding, and this is essentially the earmark process. These are projects that can get funded through the budget making process. It remains to be seen if Congress will actually go through this process or anything else this year. However, the program that I think meets our needs well is a congressionally directed program. And what I applied for was funding to get us started with the planning process, design, and everything else for a new public safety building if we do go in that direction.
Okay.
I thought it was worth applying to see what we get. So
Doesn't hurt.
we have a request in, and the fact that McGovern's office asked us to include this letter of support, which we, I guess, had not.
Very optimistic.
It's optimistic. So it means that it's one that they're considering. If it was an incomplete application and they weren't even considering it from the start, then they probably wouldn't have asked for this. So we'll see.
So do we need to vote to actually sign this letter or just?
I would recommend that.
I'll make a motion to sign the letter and accept it as presented to us.
A second.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great, thanks.
And I'll
So
send
that
to
is
Washington.
all we have.
Well, I believe we can review the warrant before
We could review the warrant.
the Finance Committee arrives, if we're comfortable with that.
A little windy. Okay. Okay, so that is all set. Yeah, we can start reviewing the warrant.
Great.
Okay, so we do have the draft, what's this? Oh, what about the construction and post-construction stormwater management?
That's part of the
That's part
warrant,
of it, okay.
essentially. And we'll get to that.
Okay. Okay.
You can kind of wait on anything that's more
Yeah, on the financial
budgety.
stuff, but a lot of it we can just get through. So obviously, the first, so what is the deadline for getting this warrant approved?
Great,
The
so the
29th?
deadline is your next meeting,
Okay.
April 29th, because that
Okay.
would be the last meeting that we have
Right.
with enough time, 15 days before the town
Okay.
meeting. So that is the deadline for signing the warrant. I'm trying to think what I was trying to say. The other deadline that exists is the ballot question deadline. So the ballot needs to be completed by next Tuesday, a week from today, and the 15th, April 15th. So I have included what might be ballot questions as well with wording that's been approved by town council if we're comfortable moving in that direction. We'll get there. That's a finance committee conversation as well, I think.
Right, of course.
But I've prepared that because that's the other deadline to be aware of. And if we're not comfortable moving forward with those questions tonight, then we'd have to look at having another meeting before the 15th, which is fine. We can certainly do that. But we
can do
need
that.
to do it.
Okay.
Always do a quick meeting to agree on wording.
Okay.
So again, the deadline is the 29th, and then question deadline is the 15th.
Okay.
And this version of the warrant here has been reviewed by department heads today. They'll be giving any feedback that they have, and the town council reviewed it today as well. So obviously this will keep changing. It's an evolving document, but we'll keep getting that approved by town council until
Okay,
we approve it.
perfect. Perfect. Okay, so how about if we just go through one by one? So Article 1 is the article that's on every year to set elections for the previous, or the coming week. And then I see that the two potential debt exclusion and override questions are there.
Yes.
Just in case. Any questions on question 1? Ed?
No, I mean, that's,
That'll be a longer discussion.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
That's good.
Article 2, again, these are some of the general articles that are on. This authorizes us to apply for, accept, and expend grants. Stop me if you have any questions, okay? Article 3 is to authorize the treasurer to enter into compensating balance agreements for fiscal 2026. Article 4 is to authorize the Select Board to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the Mass Department of Public Works concerning use of funds made available. That's the Chapter 90 article. So that's allowing us to accept Chapter 90 funds, which we want to accept all we can get. Article 5 is to see if the town will vote to raise an appropriate or transfer a sum of money to supplement FY 2025 snow and ice budget. There's a lot of discussion around this one last year. This is something that's on every year. All communities in the Commonwealth are able to overspend their snow and ice. It's actually purposely under budgeted, and then we take care of it at town meeting. Article 6 is appropriating funds relative to the opioid settlement fund.
So
Again,
that's a free cash transfer just because we had money that closed to free cash, which should have been put aside in the opioid fund. So to rectify that issue, we'll be making this transfer
so
for free cash.
the money went in, the money's coming out. There's no impact to actual free cash.
No impact on
Okay.
anything, yep.
Article 7 is a transfer from free cash of $1,900 and change for Wetlands Protection Fund.
Same thing, this is money that closed to free cash that came in through NOI fees that should have gone to this Wetlands Protection Fund, which is controlled by the Conservation Commission. So this will rectify that issue as well.
Article 8 is to authorize the payment of previous bills from previous fiscal years. There is a general law that allows us to do that. That happens sometimes, and we just need to clean it up. It's a little bit of housekeeping.
This was an Eversource issue. We had some accounts that changed around. We were billed for them way too late. And these are bills from FY24 that we need to pay off and to authorize doing it with this year's funds. this will allow that.
There's something every year.
Yep.
So Article 9 is to authorize funds for the engineering services to meet the town's obligation under the permitting requirements for small municipal separate storm sewer systems.
This number is not official yet. I'm
I
waiting.
hope not.
Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for an actual estimate from DPC Engineering. This would be a very big number. I put it in there for now just to play with numbers to make sure we'd be okay.
Thought
The
we were in
largest it
the
is,
under 30,000 range.
it should be much closer to that. But this is has become a more comprehensive project from them to help us with a couple of years of reporting and moving forward. So I don't have an estimate from them yet, but should get it soon. They just said it had become a more comprehensive project, and I probably took that a little too literally and made too big a number here, but we'll have that shortly.
But this goes back to, we received 3 grants, and for some reason, this one wasn't funded.
That is actually a separate project. That is our stormwater asset management plan. That's $27,000, and that will definitely, that's on here later. That's in the capital planning process. This is a separate project to actually come up with a stormwater management system. Apart from just the asset management of what's there, this includes policy and reporting and management that just hasn't been done yet, despite.
This is like where did this one originate from? Where did this one come from?
So this basically originates from me getting contact from EPA a couple weeks ago, and then follow-up contact yesterday in a letter that I shared with this board that stated that because we are not in compliance with MS4 regulations from the state and federal governments, we are in a position now where we need to show that we can quickly catch up. And that includes reporting for past years, reporting for this current year, and then putting together a regulatory framework, specifically on construction and post-construction bylaws.
That's what's in here.
Yes, that's here as well, and we can talk
This
about
is a
that.
whole new
This is new.
article.
We got the
This is
email,
new.
we had an email yesterday about it.
This is
I saw
new.
something, an email yesterday. That was the email that was sent in
Right.
relation to that. Okay.
And this was, EPA had these discussions with us and said that we need to be updating our compliance here. They've given us time to do so, but also don't want to give us forever to do so. They were comfortable with giving us basically a year from the first time they reached out. So, and we'll get to this later, but that means we could either try to pass the stormwater regulations, which we have a template we've been working from, it's been reviewed by town council, they're comfortable with it. But also it's something that you don't necessarily want to rush. You want to make sure people are comfortable with this new bylaw. So we could consider a special town meeting to pass that perhaps in September or October. So we have some options there. In the meantime, we also will be...
MS4 is, what's the reference when they say MS4?
Small municipal separate storm sewer systems. Separate storm sewer systems is the S4.
Okay.
That's what it's referring to.
Yeah, the 4 S's of that title, separate storm sewer systems. I think
Alright,
that's what
so
they mean. Yeah.
They designated on size of town determining, or they designated on the size of your storm sewer system.
It's about the infrastructure, yes, the size of the infrastructure itself.
All right.
Okay.
So,
That 150,000, or we haven't even had a discussion whether that could be under free cash or something, right?
we haven't had a discussion
And
on
we
this
haven't
yet.
had a discussion with the finance committee on, either on that 150,000.
No, and I would say don't be attached to that number. It should be considerably lower. It should be well within what we could use free cash to do. But I'm recommending that it be done as a warrant article to set aside this funding so that our engineers can lead this project to help us with the regulatory compliance and do some of this reporting that needed to be done. And that's my recommendation. But again, we'll have to decide once we see what the number is and everything else.
Well, I don't know how similar this project is in relation to the project for asset management of our systems.
I think the asset management can help inform what the overall work will look like. But it's separate because it also includes this reporting and permitting and the
Regulatory,
policy piece we need to
yeah.
put together.
and the
I
compliance.
just hate to pay for redundancy if there's any.
They should
with
overlap
it- with
somehow. yeah.
that project and this project.
It's the same people who will probably be doing it, so they should be aware of whatever redundancy there is.
This would have been a DPW director job.
And this is something that all towns have known about for some time and have done the math on whether it made sense to be early on this and do it fast and do it soon, or to wait until you were forced to. And a lot of the communities with fewer resources took that second path.
Gotcha.
We are not alone in being in this position. There's a lot of community, and we were told this by EPA when we had that first talk. They said, this is the position a lot of communities are in right now, and that's why they're so easy to work with in a lot of ways. But at the same time, they want communities to show they're serious in doing this.
Okay.
But yes, a director would have helped with this.
I think it would be good to have the engineers at town meeting to discuss this if people have questions.
I mean, we go to town meeting, discuss it, we got to have all the information because the town deserves getting all the
This
information.
would be Dave, right?
On why
Yeah.
all of a sudden this pops up and it's like, I mean, if we don't have all the
I mean,
information,
it's
then
not all of a sudden.
we wait a year,
It's just
that's
that we
all.
waited. I mean, I never heard of it before until I got the email from you.
Yeah,
so.
I found out about it a couple months ago, and been probably not that many months ago, a few weeks ago.
Okay.
And-
Is everybody, sorry, go
So, and
ahead.
the number, again, shouldn't be 150, but I just
Okay.
wanted to put in something.
We're just going through some of the basic articles that aren't necessarily money related. There's always a little money, but anyway. Article 10 is to appropriate money, a sum of $7,500 for upgrading the town's website.
So I originally had this in the operating budget. I realized it's really more of a one-time expense, so it might make less sense to put it in an operating budget and artificially raise the amount that's in there for future years. Could make more sense as a warrant article. This isn't something we need to be doing, but we do have an opportunity to act on this because there's a migration that will be happening with our website. We're moving from one platform to another because the Civic Plus is phasing out the platform that they use. So that will be happening anyway, and they will, of course, try to say, would you like to be redesigning things at the same time? I think it could be a helpful thing for the community to refresh the website, but it's not mandatory.
Okay. Article 11 is OPEB. Vote to appoint the town treasurer as trustee of the Other Post-Employment Benefits Liability Trust Fund, otherwise known as OPEB.
So Article 11 and 12 both come from our town financial policies, which were passed in 2017. Those policies flagged three things that we needed to do to act on some things that would put us in best practices with a lot of communities. One was to set up the OPEB trust officially, and that was done. But two things needed to follow that, and one would be designating the trustee. I'm recommending that be the town treasurer. And then the second thing we need to do is accept MGL Chapter 44, Section 54B, the prudent investor rule, which allows us to actually use that fund and invest it in a way that will help us with returns in the future. So they're both tied to our financial policies and would be a good thing for us to do.
Any questions?
Not on those, no.
Okay.
I just get frustrated when the state pushes something, a regulation, and then it says to the town, you got to pay $150,000 to get it, that's all.
Are you still on the other one?
Yeah, I'm still
Okay.
on MS4.
I don't blame you. And again, the number hopefully isn't the number, but
That's what
you know,
they do.
I've seen towns across the state have to drastically increase their staffing in engineering and everything else because of these stormwater regulations. And in a lot of ways it makes sense just because it's an issue that hasn't been dealt with properly, and there are damages and things that occur because of that. But also it was an unfunded mandate that came from the state. So that's what we're
Most
dealing
of
with.
them are. Most of them are. Okay, so Article 13, that is the budget article.
Yes.
Article 14 has to do with the fire ambulance department's operating budget for the coming fiscal year. So that would be discussion of, that would be the 24/7 question.
This would be the
Yep.
override.
And
Yes.
it would be the override. Proposition 2.5 override. Article 15, this is again having to do with those asset management plans. Hi, Daryl. And this is rescinding the bond authorizations because we ended up not needing,
We did not need
we
bond
did not need
authorizations.
that. Okay,
Yep.
so that's.
So we can get those off the books.
That's a little housekeeping as
Yep.
well. Article 16 is to do with revolving funds. And this would be adding the new one, only the one in red is new, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the watershed management timber sales. And that is to allow us to harvest and use that money for additional planning around the harvest.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was created by the select board, but
Yep.
we haven't done the town meeting article on it yet.
Okay. We do want to wait till 6:30 to get to you, because that's how it's posted. Is that okay with you, all of you? Okay. Article 17 is to set spending limits for revolving funds. These are the existing funds and then including the new one. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It would recommend an increase in the, if we can do this just for here, an increase in the tax title spending limit. It's because we are increasing our efforts there with the new firm that we've brought on. And what's great about this firm is that they will not bill us until any of their projects are completed. So we won't be getting just random bills here and there. Their fees are a little higher, but they also are trying to get us some real results. So
Just kind of contingency basis.
I think it makes
fees.
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So they get paid when we get paid.
that's right.
Yeah.
So, which is perfect for revolving funds. It's money in, money out.
Okay.
I just have a quick question about that timber sale article. Is that going to become an enterprise fund, so it'd be it would stay so like money from the timber sales would be used for, conservation and recreation stuff, or does that money from the timber sales and stuff like that go back into the general fund?
No, it's setting up a revolving fund, so those funds they're set aside for future forestry plans. Yep, so it's really just to cover the forestry plans, and then the timber harvest based on the forestry plans fund the next forestry plans.
So it's there to set up basically a self-sustaining program.
Yeah, so that all of our forestry work and planning is paid, it pays for itself. Right. But no, nothing,
Timber sales doesn't go back into the general operating budget. It stays within that same fund.
it does stay. Pardon?
I don't know, yeah, I have to look at the article, but there's usually a limit.
Right, there would be a limit in here, $50,000, which would be enough to
Right,
run the
right,
program.
right.
If it were to ever,
If we
start
had like a
exceeding that amount,
massive-
yeah,
Yeah, if we had a massive profit from a timber sale, then you would maintain only a certain amount in the revolving fund, enough to just sort of keep the plans going so that there's not gaps in our forestry planning.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Right. You good? Okay, perfect. Okay, Article 18 is the additional funding needed for the stormwater asset management plan. We've talked about this several times. There were the 3 plans. This one was not funded the way it should have been last year. Now we're going to
just
take
didn't
care of it.
authorize us to
Just
use
didn't
free cash,
authorize
and
us.
now we
Yep.
can.
Then we start getting into some of the capital planning, so maybe we should wait and
I think it's a great idea.
invite our friends from the Finance Committee on up. We'll get started. So I don't see on the agenda that we're reviewing the budget is at 6:30, okay. This isn't.
That's right, then you can hit the buttons.
All set, we're back on? Okay, so we are back. And we're now going to continue to topic 7, which is a meeting with our colleagues from the Finance Committee. The first are we going to do the budget first and then backtrack over warrant articles?
Is that right?
Sean, Daryl?
Yes. Whatever, sure, we can do that, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Well. 24th. Okay, sorry. We changed the date, so I'm trying to.
Do you want one bank or lights off so you can see better? or-
No, I can see it.
I can see, but
Okay, good. So where do we want to start? We'll start with the general government as usual. This is what people are familiar with, so this is what I thought we should start with. And we can go through it and just see people have thoughts, comments, or questions. There's some changes which we may or may not decide to keep depending on the summary, how it turns out, like the finance reserve being
Sure.
one example.
Yep.
We reduced the finance reserve from 40 to 30,000 because we were working to balance. We may not need to do that, so if we don't, we put it back the way it has been for the last couple of years.
could I ask where we are right now with just the bottom line? Like,
Sure.
okay, maybe that would be a good starting point. So where we are with the bottom line, and then we backtrack through to see.
Plus 20,000?
No, we're more than that now.
Oh,
Huh?
We are, right now, according to this spreadsheet that we use to track revenues and expenditures, which I've found complicated, but I think eventually manageable, we have what looks to be a general fund surplus of $150,000. That's what it looks like at the moment.
But we've made some changes to get here. So some of that's gonna be undone presumably because, so this particular sheet, we've been working with quite a bit. It's new as of last year, and neither of us really have a lot of experience with it, so we're trying to figure out exactly what it does. And so we've been through several iterations now. But this,
So something that jumps out at me is that $10 million in the FY 2023 general fund surplus. General fund surplus FY '23.
is probably because we don't have a budget in there.
Yeah, this,
Okay.
I don't think we can use that properly. What I've put work into doing is making sure that
The current
everything
year.
in FY
Okay.
'26 is as accurate as humanly
Right,
possible.
we don't have any lines that feed into a budget for '23,
Okay,
so
okay.
it's all surplus
Okay.
because we didn't have any money.
And did we use this last year too?
We did use it last year, yes. That was the first year it was used, though.
right.
So, and it's not, this summary sheet is not actually where we do the budgeting. The budgeting is done in the other sheet, so. But right now, that appears to be where we're at.
And I will say, we've been working with this for close to 6-7 weeks now, and it all feeds in from 2 other spreadsheets. But what this allows us to do is take all of the inputs, so all the expenditures, everything else, with all of our predictions of what revenue will be, and see does it balance, which is exactly what you need it to do. Now, I have 2 other spreadsheets that are being used. One of them is a line-for-line spreadsheet of absolutely every ledger number that we use, and looking at the request from every department and seeing, can we meet that, or do we have to go slightly below it? That feeds into the department spreadsheet that we started looking at, which then allows us to see by department, what are we doing for taxation and then other funds that we have.
Salary,
Put all of that
expenses.
together, all of those numbers should be exactly the same as what's in here, which then lets you see, does it balance? Now, when we were working with this most recently, and at the most recent Finance Committee meeting, we were getting this close to getting it to balance. We were, say, a couple $1,000s off. And that was when some decisions were made to try to see, can we squeeze things a little bit further and just balance this budget? Since we've met then, I've spent some time in working on the enterprise funds, and that's where I found this offset for enterprise indirect costs, which basically builds into the expenditure side the piece where you say, how much will the enterprise fund be reimbursing the general fund, which makes sense, but I already had those expenses built into the general fund too. So it was double counting some of these expenses that we expect to be reimbursed from the enterprise funds, if that makes sense to folks. I think it almost does. So that saves us around this $160,000. So I went back and refunded some of the accounts where we'd taken some money that we probably didn't need to, and we can talk about what that means for schools and other places. And I also did the same with the $100,000 that we talked about to supplement the health insurance increases. So we're continuing to work through this and make sure that it's as accurate as
Has
humanly
the health
possible.
insurance increases in it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, so we can go through it and see where we're.
Okay. Well, that wasn't the number I was expecting. I'm pleasantly surprised.
We're still doing some work here, so
Okay.
we'll, yeah.
But if we're
Don't
off
get your
by
hopes
another
up, Diana.
100,000, we're still okay,
Yeah.
which would be great.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
And if this is $100,000, $200,000 off, we still have some mechanisms to use that I think we feel comfortable with.
Yeah, we've
to
already done,
soften
we've
that.
already done it once, so
Right.
we know where to go back to already, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay,
So I don't know
great.
what the best way to
So,
address this.
yeah, I mean, the one thing that is going on here that I think is interesting, and I haven't quite figured out yet, although the math works, is that last year, somehow, we were under the levy by a considerable amount of money. If you look at 24 levy and 25 levy, you will see that we came under the levy quite a bit somehow. And I don't know what happened there.
This tax levy piece should be helpful.
Yeah,
for
but I
showing
went
that,
back
but,
through it
yeah.
and I calculated it by hand. It's not wrong in terms of the 26. So some of the extra, some of the 6.6% is debt exclusion.
Right, the fact that the total maximum allowable levy goes up so much here, much of that is due to this
Yeah.
$360,000 difference
Is debt
in debt exclusion, which doesn't, that's money in, money out. We already have a funding source for it.
But, so the other piece is around 350,000, which is more than what you would have anticipated, just strictly based on 2.5,
When you say the other piece, you mean,
not debt exclusion,
okay.
outside the debt, inside the levy, what would normally be in the levy without a debt exclusion.
That's a good new growth number too.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. I mean, part of it is new growth.
Yeah.
But new growth was about the same last year too.
Well, we have a 40,000.
60 said,
Yeah.
there's 40.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I mean,
mean,
that
it's
explains
40% higher.
some of it, but
And that's a conservative estimate for what new growth will look like next year. But if the number of things that our building inspector and assessor are expecting will come online, then it should be even higher than that number.
What about the overlay?
Is
We
that
talked
potentially
about
what happened
overlay.
with the
We're
levy?
not touching it at the moment.
that's part of it.
That's part of the levy.
But there's still about $60,000 that we came under somehow, that we're getting, that we can access now.
Better than over.
Oh, well, yeah, we can't be over, so.
Right.
Yeah, so, it's just,
So part of that difference in the levy could be the new growth.
yeah, well, without new growth, yes, it is definitely part of it, but without new growth, you would have expected about $250,000.
Right.
So you got 40,000 from new growth, but you also have other money in there that is coming from being under the levy in a prior year. And I just can't, I don't know how that happened. Honestly. It's not for
But
this year.
at
so
least it's to the good.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, now it is.
Now it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
we do have to
Last
figure it
year it
out
wasn't.
because, we
But
do
now
have to
it is.
figure it out because we
Yeah.
don't want to be, yeah.
No, I mean, and Yeah, I don't know. I just started trying to look at it, and, you know, if you do the 2.5 calculation, it does work. So, it's not, the math is correct.
The question is, how do we end up with the excess levy capacity
Right.
last year?
Right. Well, yeah, the question is what happened last year. So you got to dig back for that. I mean, I don't remember what happened, honestly. We'd have to figure it out. And maybe
Well,
we won't.
It was the first year with the spreadsheet.
It
too,
was the first
and we
year.
didn't
Yeah.
maybe have the best handle on the spreadsheet.
That's
And
entirely
we're
possible.
Could it even been a carryover from the previous, right?
Theoretically, I guess it could be. I tend to think it isn't, but that's,
Right.
you know. I mean, you can see in the previous year, we were 42,000 under, which
Not where you wanna be.
I would expect that. You know what I mean? I would expect to be 30 to 40,000 under. 186 is a different story.
Right.
So we have this number, this 150,000. Can we, in the interest of time, because we want to get to the articles too, can we now go through the budget lines to see?
Yep.
Because I'd like to see what you've got in there and maybe things that came out.
That's what we should do.
Yep, okay.
Now, do we want to do it in a more granular sense of looking through each department?
I would-
budget lines, or-
Do you want to do every single line in the, or
Probably
just
not.
the department budget?
I would do the department
Yeah.
budgets.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't think we want to go through every single.
No, you're probably
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's, sounds like how I spend my free time.
Paperclip, we'll
which
be here a
is
long
not good
time.
idea.
So, like I said, Finance Committee, we reduced that, but I think actually now we should put that back to the 40,000 that it has been. At least until we discover a need to not do so.
I think there's not really an argument to increase it any further. We've had years where we've increased it a little bit, right, because we
I mean,
were,
We had that discussion.
yeah, we had the discussion.
Leave
and
it around the
decided to
40.
leave it, yeah.
okay.
Yep.
So can we go through where there's
Yep.
changes, which is of course every single line, but
Well, I
I
mean,
mean-
some of them are.
Yeah,
Select Board Emergency Fund hasn't been spent in years.
it's $25.
It's
$25.
$25, so I'm really struggling to imagine the kind of emergency that $25 fixes.
I think we just leave it there as a placeholder, just to
Yeah.
keep the line there, but
This one, there's the town administrator and administrative staff, that, some of that is moved, right?
Well, this increased by 14%.
Yep,
Um,
right.
I think,
that's
to
contractual.
be frank, my salary is probably a large part of that.
That's
Yeah.
contractual.
That's fine. We call it contractual.
We hired, yeah.
Contractual and raises too, right? Is that in there
That was
also?
my other question. Are the COLAs built in here?
COLAs.
Goals are built.
All
Yeah.
departments have
Yes.
COLAs? Okay.
Right?
Have we heard from schools
Equal
yet where?
COLAs.
Yes, all departments have equal COLAs, should they be eligible for them. So the only ones that don't have COLAs are those with contractual employees or union employees.
Well, Greg can tell us did the school settle?
I wasn't there for the last one.
So you don't know.
I don't know.
I thought they were pretty close.
Yeah,
The last
I'd be
time
surprised
we
if,
talked, they were close.
I'd be surprised if they didn't.
We feel
For
like
the
we
last
have
3 weeks.
I know.
an adequate number in there to
I think
meet that.
they had a meeting though, so
Okay.
Right.
let me see if I can get Kristen.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Yeah,
If you see, small decreases, like this one for accountants, a good example. I went through line items to find things like office supplies and mailings and things that just weren't being used by certain departments. And the accountant's a great example of that. We don't have an accountant here on staff. We outsource all of it. Any mailing or anything else is built into their contract already. So we save $6,000 that way, which I think is fair.
some of these are little increases.
Assessors is mostly because of software and also a staff increase that was proposed that right now we can meet.
Yeah.
That's the Finance Committee's decision.
Treasurer,
Contractual. right?
contractual,
Yep,
yep.
that's the biggest increase there, and then a little bit of software as well.
Yeah.
Collector stays the same.
Software is really
operations.
tough. I mean, there's really not much to do.
Yeah.
You're in it's a very low competition environment. there are so few people, it's not like we're getting Microsoft or
We're already on
something.
the budget products,
Right.
I think, too.
Right, I mean, it's like, there's only so many people who make software for towns.
Right.
To do specific town functions.
We do not use the expensive one.
Now, in those two lines that show decent decreases, do you remember what the decreases were comprised of?
So town hall operations and legal?
Yeah.
Legal, we've been budgeting far ahead of what we've actually spent in the last few years. So I felt comfortable reducing it to this number, actually.
Some of the smaller ones, Andrew's we looked at actuals and like what's happened.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and the same with town hall operations. There were some lines that just weren't being used in there, consolidated some. This is an increase in technology.
We did a lot of that.
That was, we were spending more in our licensing than we
Right.
were budgeted for, so we needed to update that. Tax title, this is just a mirage because of
Yeah.
the revolving account. It's money in, money out, but for some reason it wasn't counting. Even though there is money in the general fund for that, it wasn't counting, so that's just a fake number. Town clerk and staff, that would be an increase for wages for both of the staff there above 2.5%, above 2.7%.
Above the COLAs, okay.
That was asked for, yeah,
Yep.
and the finance committee is currently planning on granting that.
Okay.
So this is, we don't have an election.
Yes, so we saved a significant amount of money by not having multiple elections.
Okay.
This is our lowest year.
That's a line that'll have to come back.
It will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we get a little reprieve this year, but.
Yeah,
that's-
this is the fewest elections you can have in a year, I think, is this year, and then next year we'll have.
Okay.
Last year was the most you can have, right?
Yes.
Because next year we don't have to worry about a presidential primary. Conservation goes up because of increased hours for the conservation assistant. Planning board is the exact same thing, increased
She's-
hours for the conservation assistant.
Yeah, she's
person
she's
doing
trying to make 2 part-time jobs into a job, and really needs to have a few more hours.
Yeah, this would add 6 more hours a week.
And
Yeah.
they both asked for it, so.
Great, so that's general government.
Great.
What is the 13% increase for the assessor's line give it credit to?
Yeah, that's staff and software. Software and staff,
So
software.
that's not part of the technology line, it's
No, they have their own,
They have
they have their own software.
their own stuff.
Gotcha.
That's assessors.
Specific software.
Public safety. Whoops, let me see if I can. Can folks see that okay?
Yeah,
Let me zoom in a little.
my old eyes, that's better.
I can zoom in a little more. Is that too much? It's too much. Okay,
That's good, thanks.
that'll be great. Okay. I need just a little bit more.
What happened there?
No, it's my own fault. Actually, let me just hide these for now because we don't need them.
Okay.
That's better.
Yeah. All right. So we had a little bit of inconsistency in the past in how fire and ambulance was done on here, but I combined the percent change so you can see the overall change. So police increases, that's contractual, and staff increases. I think that's it. Fire and ambulance is overall 6.5% increase, but I think part of that is this 20,000 is a revolving fund, so that wasn't being captured before, and now it is. Overall, there's not really any significant increases here in fire and ambulance beyond personnel, I believe. Yeah, the expense is actually, yeah, they're pretty level. Inspectional services, that was
That's
contractual
Yeah,
and
it's contractual.
I think that's all it is.
There might be a little software or computer program in there that Kyle talked to us about.
Yeah,
Or expensive?
Permitize, you know what, I think you're
Yeah,
absolutely right.
yeah.
Permitize did increase
Yeah.
their fees for this next year. Yep, that's absolutely right. And Kyle did talk to us about that. And emergency management, animal control, these are both things that there's little savings in here, but it looks giant because
Right.
you know, there was some office supplies or something that they haven't used in years that I cut, and that ends up being an 8.3% decrease in the department. So there you go. Mostly pretty straightforward here.
And Bob, you like the way that's split, that fire ambulance split?
Yeah, I mean,
I know we've talked about that over the years.
I think it's gone back and forth, and some of the, keeping it separate was based on previous information from the accountant.
Yeah.
That was all.
Okay. And that's, I'm
sorry,
sorry,
I'm so
can we
sorry.
go back
Yep.
to public
Yep,
safety?
yep, sorry
Because,
about that.
so that's keeping fire and EMS the same as it is, obviously. In the police line, was that, I know, I'm expecting there's going to be money turned back in because there was a lot of shifts not covered in this current fiscal year, weren't there?
For police,
For police.
that's something I'm unaware of.
We didn't look at it at that depth.
Okay. Because I know you mentioned, you know, increasing shifts as part of that 4.4%, Andrew?
No,
It's just
Personnel.
contractual personnel.
Just salary.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say there
Yeah.
was
No, just for
increasing
salary.
shifts. Okay,
So that's assuming that all the shifts get filled, so you have money if they do all get filled.
Right,
Or if
okay.
they don't, then it comes back.
it
as
comes
free
back,
cash, right?
okay, which
Following
I
year,
believe
so.
some of that happened
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Probably
I just
happens,
didn't know if you were adding shifts,
no.
taking into account
probably
that there were
happens in
shifts
both
not
fire
filled.
and ambulance. that-
Yeah,
that
would
shifts don't
happen
get
in
filled.
both, depends
Right.
on,
So what is the reduction ultimately on the fire and ambulance combined line of 96,000? And the salary is actually lower for FY '26 than it's showing for FY '25. At least
I
for the
think that's
first
just,
columns, 387 to 299,
Yep,
and the reduction in an expense line as well.
yep, that's just because in 2 years ago, and for FY '25, they did fire and ambulance all in one line, and this year it's shown as two lines. So it just shows a decrease of 96,000 because,
so this dropped down.
what's that? Because it's.
Because then there's an increase below, right, of the 127?
That shouldn't,
Yeah.
that difference isn't 127 though. Because if you look at it that way, it's showing it that you reduced, that's the actual ambulance line and then a reduction of the fire line by 96. Because there was no actual change to FY '25 to '26 ambulance, wasn't a reduction.
Okay, so we have FY '25 total for ambulance is shown at 0, and it's increasing $127,385. And then the total for fire and ambulance in FY '25 is shown as $474,578, and then the plan for this year is to be $377, so it's $96,000 less.
But you add the 127
To it.
Yeah,
So overall, you really have an increase of
6.5.
5%.
about $30,000, so 6.5% increase. And I fixed the 6.5% increase, but I didn't fix this stuff here because I just
Right.
couldn't mess with the formulas, which I should. But
Bob, the 6.5, if he clicks on it, is to show, covers both of those lines.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just the back and forth between the two. And we
And
switched,
that's why
now
I
3 years in a row, we've switched them, so it makes it harder to see what the actual number is. because we changed.
stick with one, and
That's actually why I asked the question.
It's,
Yeah.
yeah, whenever I look at them, I put them together because at one point they were together and different things have happened in different ones at different times. So it's like, it's just easier to look at them together if you want to compare year over year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Your total is still gonna be like $505,000 between the two.
Yeah.
but there's,
And the 20 should be the last year of the lease, right?
Correct, yeah, on the ambulance payment.
so actually this 20 is not from the ambulance payment. This 20 is from a revolving account that fire has that got picked up in the expense line here by accident. So it just zeroes that out, which is fine. Yeah, that's a clerical thing. That's the hazmat 20K.
Okay, that's specifically why I asked that, because I just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure we had it. I know in the past, Bob has said after the fact that it wasn't what you thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, that $19,000 discrepancy that Marlene and I dealt with at the end of last year is still like outstanding. From FY '23 to proposed '26, we are still a difference of 19,000 between them. And I
So
think
you're saying this budget should be $19,000 higher?
from what we originally did, and that was literally just a clerical error from FY '23 to FY '24 when the override went through. There was a $19,000 that never got carried into the override amount.
But in subsequent years, there's still been a turn back at the end of the year, so it's not as if you were underfunded by the 19, right?
Well, it is, because if every shift is filled correctly, I mean, I know there's always gonna be money, I think everybody turns,
Right.
some money back, but we have to budget based off every shift is filled and there's overtime, and then that would lead to that we're 19,000 short, so. I'm not super concerned if we don't fill the shifts, but if we do, I would have to come back and I guess I'd have to ask for the finance reserve.
So in this,
It gets there.
so in this budget, is there enough money to cover every shift that you're planning?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds right to me, since we did sit down and go
It's just
through
there's
the
no
lines.
overtime built into it for our full-time employees, because they're the ones that are eligible for it, but.
Right.
Okay. Great, I just wanted to double check that. Thank you.
Did we put the school back?
We have not yet. Would you like to?
We should.
Yeah.
Yes, we should put the school back.
Okay. Let me just do that for my other spreadsheet, because that will be better for
So
me.
tell me, put the school back. What do you mean?
We took $20,000 from them last week.
Okay,
Because we felt like
Because
we needed
we
it
were
to.
trying to
balance.
balance,
Yep.
so.
And the entire,
blocking you,
the
am I?
entire
Nice time
increase,
to ask, halfway through.
the entire increase there is really an increase in special ed costs.
Yeah.
Is going to eat up the entire town portion. At least that's what we're planning for, or they're planning for. Whether it turns out that way or not is always in question, depending on things we don't control, but
Right,
that's the plan.
could get better, could get worse.
They just asked for 2.5% over last year's budget.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Still, most of it is
And
salary.
if they, because they were in contract negotiations, they didn't know
Right,
what their numbers would be, but they pledged that if necessary, they would use school choice funds to cover whatever increases that they negotiated.
Yep.
Over and above what they asked for on
Right.
in their
I think
sheet.
school
20,000.
choice numbers were going to be coming clearer into focus when we talked to them last. Okay.
I don't know what the numbers are.
Okay. That should restore their 20,000.
I mean,
So that would bring that number we were looking at originally down to 130.
Yep.
Yeah,
In fact,
130,000.
let's do that right now.
Yeah.
Expenditures.
actually, we're down to 120.
Oh, right, because of the
10
finance.
From finance
Yep.
reserve.
I haven't done that yet, but I will.
We will.
There's a nice heater back here that blows on our backs. Are you getting that?
No.
I might doze off.
Do we want to?
It's getting quite.
Do we need to bring it
quite
down to 2-1?
No, I'm good, but it's
here's the
really
130
nice.
and it
I
will be
actually
120.
like it.
All right, so this is great. You can watch what happens live here. Okay. All right, so this is education, and we added that back. So if you see, percent change, 2.5%. That was the request from the school department, and that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
That makes
And so far, our vocational school and transportation is down.
That's right, and that is after triple checking it
It's
to
the
see.
second shocking thing you've said to me tonight, Sean.
I mean, the reality is,
Until
right,
a week before town meeting.
and you're dealing with a small number of people, really. In the grand scheme of life, we're not talking about thousands of people, you're talking about a small number of people. So if a couple of people decide not to go, that makes a big difference for us. Like if a couple more people decide to go, that makes a big difference. So,
And I don't know what the increase was from Smith Vote, but I don't think it could have been too crazy as far as per pupil.
They did it last year. I don't know if they'll even do another one this year. Who knows?
Okay.
Public Works. Let's see. Let me hide this.
We had taken some money out of that too, didn't we?
a little
Yes.
bit.
We had, but we ended up in a pretty good place for DPW. I didn't ultimately take away too much.
Good.
Just seeing if I can make this a little bigger. Actually, we'll probably go where we are. All right, this first one here, Public Works Administration, this is kind of a mirage, but I just thought that there was some spending that needed to be shown in this line rather than others. This is for our FERCOG membership and for some well monitoring that takes place. There's a Public Works Administration other professional services line that I thought was the best place to include that. It was in somewhere else random before that probably has gone down by some thousands of dollars. So that's why it shows a 354.57% increase.
Well monitoring wouldn't come under specifically, that you can't do that through water enterprise?
It's
or
actually,
anything?
it wasn't a water
Not that kind of well.
specific.
Oh,
It
not
was-
that kind of
It was connected with I think our transfer station.
Oh,
So maybe it
okay.
should go somewhere else, but I think overall administration is fine. But no, it shouldn't be
Don't they
underwater.
monitor the cap?
They have to.
Oh, they must be the
facility.
capped,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So maybe I should be putting under transfer
Make sure
station,
it's
but
not leaking into the ground. I think that's what it is.
yeah. So other professional services.
In my
fine.
neighborhood.
It is.
So highway overall,
Put them with the fish for Great Pond, right?
we were able to reduce by 2.4% because of a number of line items that just weren't being used properly or weren't being really used much at all. So the overall decrease is pretty good there. We did need an increase in the mechanic motor pool for our year over year. We were spending more than we thought we were on vehicle maintenance. So that kind of makes up, it's kind of a equal increase here.
And when you reviewed those lines that weren't being utilized, you made sure they weren't being utilized just because we didn't have a DPW director for,
All went
they
all
were,
went
it
through
was
the
not that, it was.
all went through the highway superintendent.
Okay.
And the and Jen Polivari.
Okay,
So we went through every line.
Okay.
And they were comfortable with any change that took place.
okay, great.
But overall, you see a decrease here, which I think is good. There was also some funkiness going on with some of the salary lines that was not accurate, so we were able to fix that up a little bit as well. So we have a decrease in this department somehow.
That's really great.
We could probably add to this if we end up with the surplus we're talking about
And that
now.
includes all the COLAs and contractual,
It does.
and, who knows what may happen with the DPW salary line.
Probably no, are there any COLAs in here?
That's contractual.
I
Yes.
think, who's not contractual or not in the
Oh,
union?
honestly,
Or
so
not affected by the union bargaining agreement, whether they're in the union or not.
it would actually just be the highway superintendent and the DPW director.
And what about like
Superintendent doesn't have a
seasonal
contract.
folks? We didn't put a COLA on seasonals?
I did.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
okay, so seasonally.
Yeah. They wouldn't be in the bargaining unit.
Well, I mean, you can't argue with a decrease. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, the argument is the one you made, which is good, which is, does this actually provide everything we need? And I would say right now it does, and we can look to see, is there anything that we pinched too many pennies on and want to increase if we're in a different position now? But I think we're mostly good.
I mean, just as a general reminder, like, when we do go through lines from prior years that are historically underspent, we're definitely impacting future free cash.
Right.
Just so we're aware of that. Like next year, that presumably that impacts free cash going forward, because if it hasn't been spent in 3 years, it's likely not going to be spent this year, you know? Just, I don't know what the impact is, but probably some.
There's a good number of reasons why that's,
Yeah.
the pros outweigh the cons of.
And there's other things that, you know, impact it more than this, for sure, like we can get to later.
Okay. I'm good with Public Works. Are you good with Public Works? Ed? Are you good with the Public Works lines?
Yes, I was just looking at what I have and what's up there, that's all.
Okay.
Comparing it. And those numbers are the latest numbers. These
Right.
sort of are a little bit off. it seems.
Before they sort of scrubbed some lines.
Yeah, they moved them around a lot. Yeah.
There's a couple discrepancies, a couple thousand here or that, but these are up to date, so.
If there's any you're concerned about, I'm happy to meet on them outside of
All right. And we-
here, and we can go through
Okay.
line by line. make
And
sure
some
we're good.
things got moved around into different places because they were
I'm fine with that.
in weird places
You good?
before.
I'm good.
Okay.
But we could also, I mean, like snow and ice is smaller this year. We could probably at least keep it level funded. There's some, I was probably overly aggressive when I thought the gap was very small, and I think it was comfortable, but I think we can
But I
revise
mean,
our
on
thinking.
on one hand, we did have some savings from Phil's salary, right?
This year,
For
This year,
This year.
yeah,
For
but
sure.
we're, yeah.
But
and I will
mean,
say for
year's a
next
different
year,
story.
I have budgeted higher than was in the budget for Phil's salary, but have not included as a given the $12,000 in school choice that we had been receiving. So I have it set at $125,000 for next year, which I think is a fair salary. But we can talk about if we think it should be higher.
We don't know yet.
You have some breathing room because everything comes from the same salary line. So.
Okay.
Okay. Let's say hi to Health and Human Services. Can folks see this all right?
Thanks.
The largest increase in here is veterans, which it's a large increase because of the amount of benefits we were told to plan for this year. That was higher than in past years. We also are no longer employing a part-time stipended position. We're part of a regional collaborative for providing these services, and they control how much the costs increase each year. And it increased somewhat significantly to, I think, 17.5 or something. And we also were told to plan for more in veterans benefits. So 22.4% increase.
Back, right? I mean,
Get money back.
we get money back from this
How so?
eventually.
The reimbursement
We're
catches up to you.
reimbursed.
Well, I
that
have
was-
the reimbursement here under other funds.
Right,
Right, but you're a year behind.
yeah,
Oh, I am.
yeah, right,
No, I mean, you're not a year behind, we're
No,
a year
no,
behind.
no,
yeah.
you're right.
yeah.
You're right. So that's
So
essentially
presumably,
a
if when
conservative
benefits
estimate.
go up,
Yeah.
we would get more
You
money
get
in
more
the
money
next
year
year.
after.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. So that takes care of some of the increase, just not all of it.
yeah.
Yeah, we don't get
Sir-
back what it costs to do it, obviously. But yeah.
Otherwise, I think any increases you see on here,
Yeah.
why did this happen?
Uh-oh.
I don't know why there wouldn't still be a $5,000 for recreation. All right, I'll fix that separately.
Does it come from?
What about the celebration line?
That's a revolving account.
Just
It's money in, money out.
revolving, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because recreation has a revolving fund.
They have a revolving fund. They've also historically had $5,000 in the general fund,
Yeah, it's probably good to keep it there.
I would say.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that didn't show up. So
I
I'll
think
fix
we
that.
should just put it in there and then just check as long as
Are
they're
these
not over.
so these spreadsheets aren't communicating, so when you change it here, it doesn't change that bottom line? You have to go back and do
So there's
that?
3 spreadsheets. This one is powered by the all line items one. So those 2 talk. Purposely, I don't have them talking to the workbook because
Gotcha.
I just really want to make sure that anything that happens there, I really know what's happening there. So I don't have any automatic formulas in that one.
Okay,
The workbook has been a learning experience, so it'd be better if it wasn't doing things on its own probably
Okay.
at the moment. Yes.
So anything
Yeah.
that happens there, I'm logging and, yeah. So I will fix that recreation. That shouldn't be seen as cut entirely. Otherwise, there's not really much going on here in Health and Human Services.
okay.
Do we have an increase in COA?
Yes, 5.4%.
Okay.
All from personnel.
Salary.
So I thought the FERCog assessment you've pulled out of there. Okay,
So 2 different FERCog assessments. So we don't have an assessment to FERCog for being a member. We just pay them for their services, and that's what comes from the DPW line. Whereas for Pioneer Valley Planning, we are a member of that consortium, and that goes through our cherry sheet. That the state automatically takes the money from us for that, like they do for. Actually, do they do that for us for transit? I'm not sure.
Yes.
They do? There you go. So let's talk about this unclassified. The first 2 I think are not worth talking about. County retirement, we were given these numbers from Hampshire County Retirement System. Our treasurer's office did the work here to calculate what the offset should be from water and sewer enterprise funds, so that minimizes the taxation amount that comes from enterprise instead, but it's still a 6.5% increase. Unemployment, we budgeted an additional $5,000 because it was originally 20. That shows a 25% increase. That's not as much as it should show. A 23.76% increase in health insurance. We've talked to you about this, but this is the numbers that we're getting. It's a large increase. Same with Medicare. Those numbers are calculated for us. General insurance, you'll see, is lower. We've been budgeting over for that in the last few years. We had just been adding 5% to our budgeted amount each year, not updating for the actual amount of spend. So we've been budgeting, way over what we needed. So we should be fine with this amount for next year, which is nice. The little savings for us. And then these transfers, you see 100% increase because we'd like to do a $20,000 transfer to the OPEB liability rather than 10.
okay.
So on the health insurance, at one point, we were going to take some money out of free cash, and is that still in here or no?
I've removed that for now.
You removed that. Great. Thank you.
Unless we need it.
Yep.
I would not suggest we do that. I would not suggest we do that.
We were looking for
The
money.
reason to do it is because you got a 23% increase in 1 year.
Right,
And presumably you won't get a 23% increase next year as well.
So you can spread it over.
So the reason to do it would be to spread the difference over a couple of years.
Yeah.
So
I think
you
if
don't
we
have to
were
take
in
the
a
hit.
tighter situation, that would
Oh,
be, yeah,
well,
but
that's
I
why
think,
it's
yeah.
not in there now, but we were in a
We
tighter
were.
situation.
Last week we were.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah,
Next week we might.
yeah, yeah.
You just never know.
I feel good now.
I mean,
Terrell, that's spoken like a guy who's been through this a bunch of times.
Well, if the federal government cuts the $150,000 from the school budget next week,
Then we gotta
then
find
guess
out.
what? Then we gotta find that,
Yeah.
okay? Because who knows what the federal government's gonna go do tomorrow, never mind next week,
right. So we're,
as far as money's concerned.
we are, this health insurance line, the sort of spreading it out has not really been happening there. If you look over the last 5 or 6 years, the overall increase is actually not very much relative to what other people probably experience in the world. But there's been mechanisms at play that have been lowering that. One is they get good rates, which is helpful, but the other is that they've expended money from the trust to reduce increases. So you've had 2 years with no increase and a year with a negative 2%, which I don't know if anyone buys their own health insurance, but negative 2% is not the norm. You know, it's not a bad deal, but the fact that it's all come at once is, at the end of that period, is not great.
But then arguably, we may see a leveling out next year, something much smaller.
I would really hope we
I
don't
mean,
see another
another
23.5% increase
Yeah.
next year. I mean, that would
Yeah.
be outrageously.
Yeah.
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 And is that just rate increases? Are there more, do we also have more insureds? We don't know that.
No, that was just rate increase.
It was just the provided.
That's, the number of insureds is significantly playing into that. I think it's mostly
Yep.
a rate increase.
A rate increase, okay.
You know, and keep in mind, it's self-insured
Right,
as well. So again, just like the vocational transportation situation, you're self-insured up to a certain amount. So, you know, a limited number of large claims can have a big impact
right.
because you don't have 1 million people. It's not,
Right.
you know, it's not
And
many.
there's some prescription drug things that are also driving,
Yeah.
Oh, I am well aware.
Huge-
I've done
some
a
of
lot
these-
of,
yeah,
work-wise, a lot of
driving some of these costs as
research on
well.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So that's, yeah, it is what it is. I
with
mean,
no end in sight
correct.
to that, by the way.
I have a question. I think the paperwork we got as employees, it was a 19%. I'm just curious what the 4 3/4 difference was.
plan you're in. One of the plans is a larger increase and one is a smaller increase.
So has that changed since we got paperwork from town, the treasurer's office on Friday? Because we were told either 18 or 19, depending on which plan. So I just want to make sure we're right.
Some of that might be another person.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like-
that's what I mean.
I know she's
So
just asked, so that's why I wasn't
So there
sure.
could be
Another
it could be a
person.
20% increase on rates and then
Yep.
the other 3% is someone else joined,
I
yeah.
just want to clarify,
Yeah.
Diana had asked and you didn't think there was any new employees, but if there was, so.
Yeah, I don't think it's contributing significantly. I think the big increase is the rate.
Is the rate.
I mean, our employee number is never static, so of course, there's always going to be
Right.
changes in that.
One person decides to take it that
Right.
didn't take it last year and,
Right.
you know, there you are.
Or
Somebody-
changes to a
somebody
family
changes-
plan.
Somebody
yeah.
leaves.
Leaves.
That didn't have it, and somebody comes in that
That-
wants it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep,
You're not increasing your number of staff, you're just increasing the
Right,
number of staff
right.
Yeah.
that choose to take the health insurance.
right.
I'm going to skip over this for now. Enterprise funds debt. Enterprise funds. So Cable was looking to make some purchases this year, and their budget was already was not very big, so it looks like a giant increase, but it's just for some additional equipment that would fit into their operating budget.
Right.
Not taxation,
No
so.
taxation.
Not taxation. None of this is in here as
Oh,
taxation.
well,
Can you
yeah.
change the total lines so we get rid of that number it can't recognize because it doesn't fit in the cells? Thanks.
No problem. Water, there were a number of line items there that historically were significantly overspent, and I just needed to update that to show that it's really a higher budget. So we're going to need to figure out if we can actually afford that or if we need to make some changes there. But I think it made sense to at least make those changes, and then we'll see where we land looking at what the rates would be if we funded this entirely. But that's where I'm at for now.
Okay.
Great, so that,
Is the vote for the increase in water sewer, do we have that penciled in sometime in May or early June to make sure we have that done for the July 1 bills?
yeah, we have that ongoing with DPC's going to help us set the rates. We've worked with them that's going to get started and penciled in. I think we should make the end of May happen, so that's what we're looking for.
Just so we don't miss it this year.
Yep. Great, so that's what happens when you go through the department budgets. And then again, it all feeds this workbook here. And the overall summary would show that we're here at this 130,848 at the moment for a surplus, so we need to see.
Which will be
120 once you take.
115,
Right.
once you add.
Got rec
Rec,
committee and
And the 10.
and financial
Finance
reserve.
Committee.
And then leaving it like that, because we have had late breaking VOC transportation
Yeah,
information.
Yeah, it's a good number to leave it at.
It is a good number to leave it.
We're going to find some other things.
There'll be other
I have
things.
no doubt.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a number of things in here that we've seen how to do it. But I feel mostly confident in it, and I will feel even more so once we go through, once I take those department numbers and look at what the total numbers are that come out of that. It'll give us a total
Yeah.
taxation number and everything else. So that'll be my next step, now that we feel comfortable with this.
Yeah, we'll go through and add them all by hand, just to department budgets, just to make sure this is not.
Yeah.
And the next thing I can do with this spreadsheet is to look at how we plan to use our free cash, which there's an area here to do that, to show what we plan to do for appropriating free cash. The only thing I've put in here is the OPEB trust that I'd strongly recommend that we do this year. That comes from our treasurer. And the
Snow and ice you put in. Didn't you
snow and ice I put in.
We don't have a number yet.
But that goes under 25. That's
Exactly.
not under 26, right?
Snow and ice I didn't put in because I was trying to get everything right for this year's budget, so it doesn't affect
Does
these
not
lines.
affect.
So I didn't
Right.
put it in yet.
Yep.
And we don't have that number, but we are working
Well,
on getting that.
considering it snowed today. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
the
we
hills,
should-
they had 8 inches.
What's that?
They had 8 inches up in the hills.
They did, really? It actually covered the ground in Springfield today.
Yeah.
A surprise.
So the next thing I need to do is where is it in the other spreadsheet? It's in the other spreadsheet, just the, any special articles, but we'll update that once we work through the warrant and we know what it is we want to be spending on.
Okay.
That's our overall position at the moment, and we can probably talk about capital. And
Yep.
the biggest question in here is that this does not meet the budget that was submitted by the fire chief about 24/7 operations.
Yeah, so we'll need to, we'll need to put together an alt budget at some point if we're going to have a question. So we kind of need to know so that we can be prepared with that. If there's going to be an override question, then there needs to be a budget that expends those funds in an appropriate manner. So.
Well, it's relatively
24/7 funds.
Yeah, I mean, whatever the question is that the select board decides to put on the ballot, we're going to have to create a budget that appropriates and expends that money somehow for fire, presumably.
Well, I would say that the work that the fire chief did basically set me up to be able to do that, because you can look at what the gap is between the 24/7 personnel line and the current state of affairs personnel line, and that gap kind of becomes, what you would increase here under personnel services, and then that shows you what you're missing in the overall spreadsheet. And you'd
But
increase
there's
it by
other
that.
funds too, right? Because there'd be insurance for people, you'd need that contingency, temporary building. Is there additional training and things like that that would need to be added? No, just,
That stuff's in the budget, I
Best
think.
case would be, the contingency would be the temporary housing, one additional full-time person over what we should be allocated for already. Because theoretically, we should already have 4 positions, and it would only go to a 5th full-time in total, including me. And then I think
So the benefits would only be for one more
it
position.
would only be one more full-time person would be added under that plan.
right. But the benefits appear in a different line, so it's, okay. So to do this, do we want to go through warrant articles and the capital planning items? How do you want to attack this, Sean? Sure. I mean, so the,
I mean, some of these we're going to skip, I assume.
well, yeah, I mean, technically, Article 1 is the discussion on the,
They left off on Article 19.
we did.
So if we go to Article 19, that captures everything.
It does, except it doesn't capture the discussion on the fire department.
We can add that to it.
Was that us? Oh,
The connection dropped, I had to restart it again.
oh.
You want to take a 2-minute pause?
Sure. Which was wastewater and drinking water, and this is just the last one, so. I think we were, I mean, are you gonna wanna identify funding sources tonight?
We can talk about it.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I mean, I think free cash would be a good.
It's a one-time expense.
It's a one-time expense, yeah.
So you make it free cash.
Okay.
Article 19 is $42,000 for the repair and replacement of 6 fire hydrants. This is something we talked about a lot at the capital planning, and getting sort of a plan going of regularly replacing 6, 7, 8 hydrants, maybe a year. Some of them are quite aged. And I don't remember what we thought, what the capital planning thought of for a funding source.
I mean, is that an enterprise expense? Is that a water enterprise expense that it comes out of?
I don't,
It is water department
It's water
that takes
department.
care of those things. It could be that, or it could be free cash. Could go either way.
Town expense.
Yeah. Yeah,
Feels like a
'cause
town
It's
expense.
a
I don't
town
think it's
expense.
necessarily water enterprise.
Yeah,
We had free cash. in
We
the
had
capital
free cash
Yeah,
at capital
right.
planning.
that's fine.
Okay.
We should do that.
Easy.
In a year when
On
we
board
have
with
a fair amount of free cash versus
Yeah.
years when we don't.
Right.
Right.
Okay. The Article
Carpet.
20 is to replace Smith Academy carpets. This is the total project to finish the carpet replacement there, and that $76,200 will be offset. That, right, it's over and above.
To the $40,000.
Okay, so there was a $40,000 negotiation I did with one of our host community businesses.
Okay.
And so as part of that negotiation, they wanted that $40,000 to go to do some rooms at Smith Academy. So this would actually finish all the floors. So the work is really the 110-ish,
Yeah, 116.
116.
Sean, this is replacing carpets that you went
Yeah.
to school.
I know, these
Yeah.
are original carpet.
Even worse, when I went to school.
Only a couple.
It's not that much worse.
Not that much
A
worse.
little bit. That's
So is
true.
that a-
I did
that
stand
seems
on
like a
those
free
carpets.
cash.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's time.
yeah.
Yeah.
It is
okay.
time. Okay, so then the next, Article 21 is $3.3 million, roughly, and that is to mill and pave Billings Way as well as the parking lots at the elementary school and Smith Academy.
And
These,
the roof,
oh, and the roof.
Roof
Oh, it's
and
all,
All
everything.
boilers, roof.
the whole thing is together.
Yeah,
I should be saying boilers, huh?
boilers,
Yeah.
yes,
Two, I believe.
2
Yeah.
boilers.
So the
And we
thought process was to put them all together? One question.
Yep,
Okay.
debt exclusion,
I mean,
we don't think the state is not coming through with any money for the roof. There doesn't seem to be any reason to wait. The boilers need to be replaced, as well as
Right.
they got to be replaced. And the paving, it's been on the capital plan since,
Oh,
5 years.
Yeah,
It's more than doubled in cost since it's.
oh, well,
Right.
more than
First
double.
went on to the capital
That's right.
plan, which is, it's deferred maintenance, we just keep kicking the can down the road. And Billings Way certainly needs it also, so if you fix that whole area up, it'll,
cleans everything up.
the schools are also trying to attract more students, more school choice kids. The more presentable you make your campus look too, the more apt some family might be to say, hey, yeah, this looks really good, let's go. Or you drive into that parking lot now and you say, well, what's going on here? Why are, we're not really taking care of this property that well. So,
and it made sense to us to put it all together primarily because it's not a question of policy, there's some questions about how should the town operate, how should it function that might be voters can decide individually on it. But since no one is going to presumably inspect the boilers or go up on the roof to look at it, to see where the holes are, what basis would you use to decide whether the roof is more important than the boilers if you didn't?
And I think we've had this discussion in the past, if you make it into a menu thing, it makes it more complicated for people, and it just causes more chaos, so.
And the
these
bottom
have
line
been-
is, we think all these
Yeah.
things really need to be done.
Yeah,
And
these all need to be done, so just one shot at a time, right? Just
And the fact of the matter
people
is, we've been
decide.
talking about those parking lots for 6 or 7 years, and as was mentioned, the price is more than doubled now, and really for no good reason. There was never going to be an easy way to pay for it, and it's just getting less and less easy as we go. It's not getting any easier, so
It sort of gets, it's that
at some
sort
point.
of change, I think there's a change in how we've avoided overrides and debt exclusions at all costs, which has led to a lot of deferred maintenance. But I think we realize that we should be letting townspeople decide.
And if you're-
Townspeople should decide,
and
we
if
should
you're
put
talking
these projects out.
3.4 million over 10 years, okay, you're not talking about a huge expense on an annual basis divided by all the households. You're not talking about and it's something we talked about too, is we'll have some sort of a handout that says, hey, if you pass this, this is how it'll affect the tax rate. This is what it's gonna cost you
Right.
to fund
People
this.
have to have that.
If you vote in favor of it, it's gonna cost you, I don't know, $50, $100, whatever it is, for the next 10 years.
And there was a good reason to wait on the roof because of school building assistance.
Right.
And the potential solar, which
Correct.
didn't work out.
But then school building assistance got pushed back 5 years or whatever. I think it's been five additional years now. So you have to wait, but not only do you have to wait for the years, but now all the other people who had projects in the queue are also now in front of you for, there's more of them now.
Well, and then
So
there's also the monies we've been spending on repairs and,
Talking 50 grand that they've had to spend on repairs over the last 4 years.
right. I thought it was 80, what's 80? Is the 80 the boiler?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Luke had a question.
I was just gonna, for devil's advocate's sake, we've been pushing off the repaving for 6 years, like you said. What's the plan if it doesn't pass?
well, we actually talked about.
So my only thought is if you were to split the paving separate from the roof and boiler section, they both pass, fantastic. But if you split it apart, you might get one to pass versus the other. And if the boilers, I understand they still need work and stuff. But if those can get split off and,
Well,
we can defer that expense for another couple of years.
the plan, I think, would be to do some kind of borrowing to at least take care of some of it. I mean,
You have to do the boilers this summer.
Yeah, you have
It's
to
the
do the-
only time it
right.
can be done. And that of the three is that, correct me if I'm
Absolutely.
wrong, that's
No,
the priority, because if the boilers they're in such bad shape, is my understanding, if they fail, the kids can't go to school.
And we have to do it in the summer, because
Luke, you make a good point, because I can see the argument for not doing menu-style overrides. But debt exclusion questions, I think there is an argument for doing the menu style and giving people more choice. You know, I know that these are all worthwhile projects. Had we asked for a debt exclusion 6 years ago, we probably should have, and it would have been a lot cheaper.
I think the other argument, and I'm going to try to say that, is townspeople look to all of us for these decisions, and capital plan has vetted this. The selectmen have talked about it. The finance committee has worked on it. Those are the people the townspeople are looking towards. So my counter is that's why I think all three are necessary and all three should be
Yeah,
put on
I mean,
at
there's
once.
merits both ways, but
And
I agree.
I
And-
understand what Luke is saying too. I
Yeah.
mean,
And you know, there is the safety aspect to the parking lot
Big time safety
situation.
aspect.
Really bad.
Big
So it's bad. It's really bad. So,
I mean, the schools did try to find funding for the roof through the solar program, and
The solar program,
and they tried,
They
so.
found out that the solar program, our demographics don't fit the program that solar program is looking for.
right.
No, they haven't even rolled the program out, but they've also found out that even if the program comes out and we're ready to go with all the information, that our community doesn't fit the social justice or something, I can't remember that they're looking for. They're looking for communities that have a lot less money than we have, for example.
Plus, it's pretty simple. If you don't fix your roof, you're gonna have other problems down the road.
If you
And-
needed a roof on your house, Ed, you'd call the roofers and put it on.
Yeah.
Because you want to protect the asset that you have, how many millions of dollars did we spend to build that building?
Not to mention the health and safety of kids
Health-
inside and
Now, if you get
developing mold.
water coming in,
and-
developing
yeah.
mold, the remediation.
And then the boiler goes without saying, you can't have
Yeah.
the school open with no heat.
And the parking lot becomes a tripping hazard for people after a while. It's all heaved up and stuff.
And, you know, projects like the boiler and the roof, depending on what's happening with tariffs, who knows what's going to happen to those numbers if we wait longer. Because
Fortunately,
where all that stuff comes from, I have no idea.
Most of your
But if it's coming from
most of your
other,
roofing companies are in the United States, but you don't know where they get their materials.
That's right.
That's just it.
right, yeah, I have no idea who manufactures that membrane.
yeah.
I looked it up before I came down.
Can we add free cash as an option? Is there a reason that's not in there for funding?
We talked about perhaps adding that. We talked about adding regular debt to it. Can you capture all three? So
Hang
that-
on,
or-
does it,
Because would you prioritize not doing the boilers and doing the carpets? There's 76 grand there, I mean, as we go through this, I think depending on the wording.
I think it's,
The way it's written now is for a debt exclusion.
yeah,
And I asked town council if there's some way to say, we can have a contingency if this fails, can we then fall back to free cash, whatever else? And he didn't think that was possible. But I can try to find out,
Well-
is there some kind of mechanism available?
well,
to
you
us?
could. I mean, whether you can include it in this question or not, you could fall back to it.
Right.
It would require a
A separate, you would do a,
separate.
and the schools could always spend the $600,000 to fix their boilers out of their regular budget, and then come to the town, and then ask for a special town meeting to appropriate this $600,000 back to them, right? If however we raised it, whether it be borrowing or free cash or whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
look-
ideally, we would get a definitive vote of town meeting, because that's the decision-making body,
Right.
and not do it that way.
Well, you would need a vote of town meeting to
No, I know
appropriate the
that.
money, yeah.
But
This does include a borrowing, though.
It does include the borrowing.
Yeah. So you could,
So
we could do
It
that.
says such borrowing shall be contingent on the passage of Proposition 2.5.
Oh, you
Ballot
can't,
question.
there's not, I should talk to him, because
I thought we
I
had done
thought we
that
had done, I know
before.
we've done that before. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'll see if there's any way we can do it.
Yeah,
It just makes it less messy, because otherwise then we have to put a separate
well, you could put a
article
separate
on-
article on and, for a borrowing, for authorization to borrow, and then if the override passes, you just never do it. It doesn't,
Yep.
just because you
rescind it.
vote to borrow something doesn't mean you ever actually have to borrow it.
True.
It would only,
you're saying put in just borrowing for the boiler? Or for the entire 3.3?
could do the whole thing if you
Do the
wanted
whole
to.
thing If you wanted.
And then if the override fails, presumably at town meeting, I mean, the debt exclusion, presumably you're going to know after town meeting, right? Because,
But do we have that kind of debt capacity?
but again, just because
We
you
do.
authorize it doesn't mean you do it.
We
You
have,
could authorize it and then decide
Right.
the project costs less, or we didn't do this, or whatever. You could do anything after that.
You're suggesting adding another article.
I mean, I think it
a
might be
discussion-
wise.
A discussion with the town attorney
Yeah.
to see how it would go.
Okay.
I mean, the reason we wanted it on debt exclusion was so that we would not, in future years, take more money out of a already very tight budget, you know?
We've done that before, where we've authorized it, never borrowed it, and then
Right.
go clean them up
Right.
a couple years later and just
Yeah.
get rid of the authorizations.
That's not
Yeah,
uncommon.
not uncommon.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Would you do it for the boiler or everything?
Do it for everything.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, because,
So that'll be in the draft we review, the final, the one that, okay.
yeah.
Yeah. And just, we will come back to this, but if that's the way we're leaning, then most likely we'll be comfortable with putting this ballot question on the ballot. And we
Yeah.
can discuss that tonight, but we'll get there.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
All these are the
Are
community.
we all set to move on to Article 22, which is CPC?
That's
Pardon?
CPC stuff, right?
Yep, this is CPC.
When we come back to any other possible capital projects that are not currently written, because there's a couple other projects that we have there, I don't believe there's articles already written.
We
for,
should,
correct?
yeah. This is my first peek at this
Right,
warrant,
so-
so I'm literally going, I'm reading this right as we go through it, so.
Right, and we didn't talk about the lease program either.
Correct.
So we need to make sure that gets discussed.
Correct. What's the deadline on these articles in case, I don't know if I missed that.
April 29th.
Thank you.
So I say we do CPC and then we can go back to other capital.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is fine.
Okay.
So Article 22 is just sort of their boilerplate.
Housekeeping.
Yeah, housekeeping. Article 23 is $35,000 for, this is a part of the cemetery projects, restore and rehabilitate main roads on the east and west sides of the Brad Street Cemetery.
Oh.
That is approved by Community Preservation.
Good.
That's over in your neighborhood, Daryl?
Huh?
That's over in your neighborhood?
Yeah, yeah. We'll keep the
Cemetery you
cows
guys
out of
used to
there.
play in, with Donna? Okay, Article 24 is $14,000. This is to expand and rehabilitate the main roadway in the Main Street Cemetery. Also approved by Community Preservation. Article 25 is $30,000 to install an irrigation system at Smith Academy Park. This was approved by Capital Planning, and I do believe this, I don't know if it's written in here, but this would be actually to dig a well, right? That's,
I think all these are supported by capital planning, all the community preservation committee articles. I think what the community preservation wants them to try to do a point well
right,
versus automatically putting it on town water.
right.
So it may or may not work, it depends what they can find for water out here. If they find the water, then perfect, then it doesn't cost anything as far as the water is concerned. But if they don't find enough flow, then it would go, we would hook up to the water main in some way to fund it. I mean, we've spent a lot of money out there. It's a nice piece of property. We're doing a lot of cultural council things, concerts, you know, all that kind of stuff. We might as well keep it looking nice.
Does look nice,
And irrigation will certainly help that.
and it's a nice resource.
Yeah.
Okay, and those events also support our town businesses,
Absolutely.
right? Which is a really nice benefit. Okay, so Article 26 is $91,700 for rehabilitating and restoring Day Pond. This was approved by Community Preservation. Article 27 is $40,000 to restore and rehabilitate the Cutter Farm Museum barn siding and roofing, also approved by Community Preservation. Article 28 is $48,000 to install, this is also in the cemeteries, right? Yes.
Yep.
This is to create a new Oliver Smith Park within the Main Street Cemetery. That's approved by Community Preservation. And then Article 29 is $20,000 to restore and rehabilitate walkways, fencing, and other historical features in the Main Street Cemetery. So quite a lot of projects to make sure that our cemeteries are appropriately maintained. So nice projects. But that doesn't include, so this warrant doesn't have any of the other capital items. So we need to go through those now.
It doesn't even have the budget article.
Yeah, it does have the budget article. I think it's 13.
Yeah.
Oh, it's early.
Lucky number
jumped over.
13.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what it was. It is, it's Article 13.
Should I change that?
We should change that.
Yeah.
We usually do that at the very end, but
Okay,
we don't have to.
so David, are you going to do double duty here as both capital planning and, so there's a number of things that capital planning, you know, we met for maybe 4 or so months. And, you know, went through a number of requests from departments, and we prioritized them by sort of by the funding source.
You want to do the lease thing first, or other projects first?
You can do however you want to do.
Start with the lease.
Why don't you do it?
Okay.
Yeah,
So Andrew and I sat down the other day and went through some of the requests for vehicles that would go into the lease, which is a line item in the DPW budget. It's been there for years and years. We have very little debt left in our lease program at this point. We have one payment of $50,000 due July, or one due in May and one due the following year to finish paying off the current vehicle leases, and one payment left on the ambulance, which will pay off our ambulance, which part of that comes from the line item and part of that comes from ambulance revenues.
Right.
20,000,
Right.
right? Yeah.
Revenue
Ambulance
surplus, so we have some pretty good capacity to add things to our leases. So there's a number of requests, many from the DPW, and some from the police, and some from the Council on Aging, and so we looked at Andrew and I put the numbers together the other day, and there's a number of ways we can go. I think the ones that Capital really supported and really think are important are the DPW ones, which is a new dump truck, which replaces one that's a 2001, and the sort of the daily, the daily driver Ford F-450 that they use every day. It's and that one is like a 2000. I'd have to go back to my notes and look.
Just say it's old.
It's old. It needs to be taken care of. And again, I can also say that these
2011.
these
F-450.
vehicles that are looking to be replaced, the town mechanic is recommending that they all be replaced. and he knows better than anybody whether or not these things need to go.
And there were ones that he said were okay. So he
Absolutely.
was very
Yeah,
objective.
for
yeah.
sure. So the police department is requesting a new cruiser, which would be replacing a 2017 cruiser, which is over its miles, over its hours. Again, the town mechanic said that thing needs to be replaced. It's time for that to go. The Council on Aging has requested another van to replace the van that was donated to the town from the PVTA. It's a 2015. Now, there was a lot of discussion in Capitol about this project because the schools have a van that pretty much sits in their parking lot and does little, which is handicap accessible, wheelchair accessible, but they don't currently have a child that they need to transport on a daily basis. So one of the thoughts was that if we were to purchase a new van, we would like to make a deal. I don't know if make a deal is the right thing, but have an agreement between the Council on Aging and the schools that if the schools were to need to use a handicap accessible van, that this van that we would buy for mostly Council on Aging use would be equipped to also hold a child's wheelchair.
Mm-hmm.
Then we could get rid of the van that sits and really does nothing, whether we sell it outright to another school department or we trade it in when we purchase the new Council on Aging van or whatever, okay? And the schools are more than willing to step up to this, but my understanding is that Andrew had a conversation with the Council on Aging director and they don't really have an interest in having an agreement with the schools to use it if necessary. There's no reason right now, and it may never come to fruition that they need to use it, but the schools would like to have that as a backup for a just in case. So I guess that kind of, to me, brings up whether...
The Council on Aging is not willing to enter into that agreement?
Correct.
They have concerns that their times for using the van, drop-offs and everything else could easily conflict with time that it would need to be used for that student, should that need occur. And they feel like that would impede them being able to use the van properly. That's their concern.
Keeping in mind that the student is hypothetical.
Right,
Doesn't exist.
It doesn't
Right.
exist. And
Right.
it may never exist.
Right.
right.
I mean, we had to get the van because of a student
Correct.
at one time. As to my knowledge, that's the only time.
Correct.
That's the only time.
You know, I mean,
So-
anything can happen, but
So I don't know whether we pass on it for a year. I mean, the other thing that I personally concern is we would be buying two vans in a very short period of time, two new vans. And I'm looking down the road 4, 5, 6 years, and when looking at replacing those at some point, and if they're so close together, you know, will we actually have the ability to do that down the road if they're farther?
That problem exists whether we do the school deal or not.
Correct.
Right.
Yes. Right. I don't know. And you know, and another thought that we really we thought would be a good idea, but maybe if we had capacity, was the request from the DPW for the sidearm mower that I think we all know we could spruce up town a lot more than we do now. And it could also possibly even be a revenue source. Because if we own that, because we're currently borrowing or renting to do the work that we need to do in town at what, $6,000 or $8,000 a year to do the work that we do, and probably aren't doing all the work that we probably should do. I don't know. I don't know. That's a consideration I think that we need to think about.
Well,
And now, just one other thing before we go. The water department and the sewer department both are requesting new pickup trucks as well, which the mechanic says are both needed. In fact, I think it's the water department one. The gas tank actually fell out of the bottom of it a year ago or so and had to be replaced. But the plan would be to pay for those out of water and sewer enterprise and not necessarily from the line item in the DPW budget.
Did we make, I know we had a lot of discussion about
Yeah.
it, the DPW Director truck,
Yes, yeah,
we don't need,
correct,
Should be traded.
could be traded.
right.
So it could be
Traded or sold.
traded
Yeah.
or sold
Yeah.
to offset the cost of any of those vehicles. I mean, it makes sense to do it out of, for the
We still
DPW,
owe money on that truck.
so it's not going
So
to be a
there's,
huge.
so it's not gonna be a huge,
Right.
that's still part of that 2-year, that 2-year payment, those 2 payments that we have left. That truck is part of that current lease that's in effect. So, maybe it could be traded and then that number reduced. I don't know how we probably have to talk to the folks at the lease company to see how that would be handled.
DPW Director would still need a vehicle getting around inside town or going to meetings at PVPC or whatever. But there's other vehicles that he or she could use.
Yeah. Or
Correct?
we purchase something that's a lot less expensive than that.
Right.
That big pickup truck that they don't really need.
Or we pay mileage.
Or you pay mileage, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Luke?
I just have a couple questions. So the dump truck and 450 and police cruiser, assuming that they're all replacements for things that we already have, those would all then get sold, so that we'd get some revenue back from that?
Those would be considered surplus.
For all three?
For all three, yeah.
Yeah,
And then my-
honestly, Luke, there's not a ton of value.
Yeah, I know, but it's just, yeah, how many?
It's not a cash cow.
Right, but also like, do we keep the vehicle and then it's also an additional expense in the future trying to
The
maintain?
only one we've heard about wanting to keep, or request to keep is the cruiser, which the finance committee is not
We do
in
not think
favor
it's a
of. It's
good
a
idea.
backup to a backup cruiser,
Right.
which,
I think that was.
how many backup cruisers?
Yeah, we had a lot of discussion about that for 2 years in a row now.
Yeah.
And then my other question is that black van that the school currently does have, since there is no student currently that needs it, could that van be used for the COA in temporary use?
We met with the COA, we took the drivers down there and that kind of stuff, and they looked at it, and it's just not set up for what they need.
It's set up.
It doesn't have a door, the driver would have to get out, go around the vehicle, open the doors. The height of it is
have to
not
climb in and out of
appropriate.
Yeah.
We talked about that. That was one of the discussion points, and
It was meant to like pick up a wheelchair, put it in the back,
Yeah.
kind of thing, you know what I mean?
it's got some bench seats, but they're really not set up for, elderly folks, yeah.
Yeah, the ones that we have now where you can step into them is just really the way to go.
kids, not for.
Yeah.
I'm just sure, it was probably a question that I'm sure some other people.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
We did try.
Yeah.
We did
You know, and
try.
it's, I don't know how many years it is, how old it is, it's got very low mileage.
Right, yeah.
I imagine that some other school department that is looking to maybe replace a van, maybe they'd give you, I don't know. You'd have to find out what the value is and, you
I
know.
mean, the other option, because we know that it's not likely,
Yeah.
is we do the trade-in and then we, as a town, say, we'll deal with this situation if it arises, without asking the Council on Aging to do that. So that's another option too. Because you could probably pretty quickly get into a rental situation if you had an immediate need arise while you wait to make a purchase, right?
Well, I mean, there are services out there that you could contract.
Right, exactly. That's what I mean.
Yeah, I
Bob,
think we
did
probably
you-
bought it because it was less,
Right.
it was cheaper.
Over the course of time, you're gonna spend a lot less.
In that
money buying
particular
something.
situation that
Right.
existed before, Bob.
You kind of answered my question if there was an active plan with that van, because it now has been sitting for over 2 years.
that's the other
We should do something with it one way or another, even if we can't make an agreement between school and COA or whatever. It should probably go while it still has some value.
Right.
And with assurances to the school that, should the need arise, we would
Well, yeah, I mean, I think,
meet it.
you know, if it's cost effective to buy a new van because that's what we have to do, then that's what we're gonna do, right? Like, I mean, rather than what our alternatives would be that would be more expensive, we probably wouldn't wanna do those.
Right.
Right.
The longer it sits, it loses value. You might actually
No
start
question
running
about it.
More mechanical problems and putting more money into it if it doesn't drive for the next 5 years.
And that was part of
So,
our discussion as
yeah.
well. Yep.
So I'll bring up, like, the boom mower. I mean, to me, there's people around that do this as a service that have been hired by towns, and I have a problem. Do we have enough guys to, to do all that? I mean, I understand it needs to be kept clean and stuff, but I know the people that the guy that used to get called all the time, and he's like, I don't understand why they don't call anymore, so.
Well, and at the same time, we've made the decision to do that same, contract out our street sweeping services, and it's kind of the same, it's once a year, maybe twice a year on the mowing,
I
and,
think what they've done the last couple of years is actually rented a boom mower from
Yes,
somebody.
they have.
and then it's kicked in overtime. That's been
The piece of equipment, though, is significantly more expensive when you're talking about street sweeping.
no, I understand.
$6,000
Yes, I understand.
Are more
Right.
expensive.
Yeah,
You bought the boom mower, can you contract it out to other towns if you owned it?
Yes.
yes.
Would there be a plan to do that?
We
Yes.
do that, actually, yeah, we do that with road grader.
And I think there's a revolving fund for that.
There is $5,000 for.
Yeah, so they actually
Yeah,
keep
you
the
could
money.
actually get some revenue out of it if you did buy it. I'm sure there are other towns or cities that might want to rent it
Well,
from you.
we could look into selling the truck and buying it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
What happened to the tractor that we had? Because we had already a boom mower on it, probably a 2015, 2016 John Deere that had a boom mower on it. We already owned one of these, and the tractor was still sitting up there as of at least 6 or 8 months ago.
We have a brush hog on the tractor, but I don't remember the boom mower. You probably see it better than I do, but I don't remember.
Because I know Mark used to run it all the time up and down Main Street.
But I think that was one they rented.
That was the one they rented.
That town of Hatfield,
On the mower itself or on the tractor?
on the mower.
I don't remember that.
Unit, it had everything on it. It said
I don't
town of
know.
Hatfield on it.
It's a good question.
I know it was a
I
John
mean,
Deere because it
we
was.
talked to them, we
That's what
talked
they
to
wanna do,
everybody
is
at the
they wanna put on
DPW.
the John Deere that they have, is that this is a John Deere sidearm mower for the current tractor that they already have.
Okay, so we were renting the previous attachment. but we-
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it did kick in overtime costs. For the length of time you, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Which would be, I think, probably a concern moving forward if you're gonna contract it out to other towns, right? Like if you're gonna send, if Hadley wants to hire Hatfield with their boom mower to come and mow, you're gonna have to create an expense line for that overtime, for that personnel to go and run it as well.
I don't know, they run it themselves, they take the
Oh, you just
equipment.
let them run your equipment?
That's what we do with the road grader, we just,
Okay.
you go for it.
Yeah. I'm kind of with you. If it was my tractor and my mower, I'm not letting it go, but
We would never,
whatever.
we would, I mean,
But that's not my decision.
Okay, so David, looking at this list,
Yeah, you can see it, it's all laid out right up on the screen to see which ones we want to go with. The column D is the annual payments to do all those things.
The 14,000, is that what we're over or under, Andrew?
In this, we're over 14,000.
If you did them all.
Yeah.
If we did
can't
them
do
all.
Our budget line right now is 233.
Right.
However, if the surplus is the way it is, you
Yeah,
could
but,
argue do it
but
all.
if you did something with the school van and you did something
with the director's
with the
truck.
director's truck, could you get enough revenue to offset?
That 14,000.
$14,000?
That's what I'm-
Possible, I would say it's possible.
Probably a good portion of it at least.
I mean, the van is a little tricky, right? Because it's not tied into any of this.
I know.
You kind of just have to sell the van somehow.
Yeah.
Like,
Right.
Not,
Well,
you're not
and-
going to trade it in.
And
as
I don't
part
know,
of-
is that the school that decides to sell it, or how does that work?
Presumably,
Well, yeah, but the town owns the vehicle, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
The school department doesn't own the vehicle.
yeah.
We would just have to assure them that if they were ever to need a van like that, that we would take care of it.
Yeah,
Because it doesn't, I mean, everybody's point is perfect. It doesn't need to sit in that parking lot any longer. if you put some sort of an RFP together and sent it out to all the local school districts, somebody might give us, I don't know, 20 grand, 25 grand for the thing, rather than them having to go out and spend 50 or 60,000 on a brand new one. I don't know.
The other thing we talked about, and I don't know, last week was the 85,000 for the police cruiser. That's a more frequent item just because of the way that goes. And so we did have a little discussion about you could take that out of free cash. So you take that out, you just pay for it right away. That as an option.
Then you reduce your overall lease, you're under the limit, you're under the.
Right.
And there's plenty of free cash to do that.
There is.
There is.
What's your recommendation so far in free cash? What's left?
We haven't
we've
really,
only got
We haven't
touched it.
We haven't really touched
9,
it,
5,
and
1.
the
Well-
discussion we had last week, Ed, is we feel we'd like to keep as much of it there as possible, because there's a lot of uncertainty going on in the world today, and who knows what's gonna, so cash is kind of good to have, and
Oh, I'm sorry.
it gives us some options in the future of what to do.
I did make notes on the stormwater assessment, which is 28,000. The fire hydrants, we recommended as free cash, and then also the Smith Academy carpets
That
as
comes
free
out to about
cash.
$145,000,
Yeah.
$146,000
We're,
of those
we're,
three articles
right.
that are already in your warrant.
And
We've got $1 million, if you take $100,000 for estimate right now for snow and ice, that gives us 900,000 that we could
throw some in
spend.
stabilization.
Well, we had that discussion, we think putting it in free cash is just as good as putting it in
keeping it.
stabilization.
Then you don't have to go to town meeting.
Understood, but
Well, you might have to go to town meeting, but it's a
Yeah, but you don't have to get the-
majority
yeah,
vote.
you don't have to get
It's
the
not a
two-thirds vote.
two-thirds vote.
Then you want to add the cruiser on top of it.
and then add the cruiser. I mean, we're
Yeah.
still not even coming close to,
Right, and it gives us some options, depending on how the vote goes.
I don't
for
think we'd ever
the
be
debt
sorry we put the
exclusion.
cruiser in free cash just because of what it does to our leasing abilities going forward a few years.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
no, I don't think we would be. And I don't think we'll be sorry buying any of the vehicles now instead of waiting.
I know,
Right.
that's the other
I
thing.
mean, right.
Yeah, waiting would be
Yeah.
costly,
Right.
yeah.
The other thing to look at is back to the capital plan, if there is anything else on there that hasn't shown up in
Yes,
the
there
warrant one way
is.
or another. There's, I
I
think,
was just
4 things.
Going to
or 3
circle
things we
back.
could
There's the
discuss.
Elm Court
Yep.
building, Phase 3. So we've invested in Phase 1 and 2. This would be about 139.5, and it would finish the project. Capital Planning did identify that as a should project.
How much is
And
that one?
$139,500, and it would complete the project.
Yeah, we,
Then the mechanic would get moved to that building, freeing up space at the highway department to keep more of our vehicles undercover year-round versus out in the open. That was the reason that building was put together.
yeah, and we had talked about hanging on to around 500,000 or 600,000 in free cash in case we need to do something.
Right.
Depending on what happens with debt exclusions, do we need to immediately go back and fund?
This might be the year
At least the boiler
to.
work, at least get started on that, because since we have to do it over the summer,
Right.
if we lose $150,000 out of the schools,
Yeah, we're going to need to find
we're
that
gonna
money.
need to figure out where to get that. We can't just take a $150,000 hit
Right.
and walk away,
Right.
so.
Yeah. It's kind of it's a good position for us to be in,
It's
actually.
It's very good.
If you add in the Elm Court building, and the cruiser, you're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of $370,000
Total
total.
spent.
out of free cash.
So that leaves you $630,000 left, which is
Good
good.
place to be.
Not
Good
bad at
place
all.
to be.
Luke?
Dave, did you count snow and ice in that number?
No, I did not.
No, I did.
No,
We started $1 million, take 100,000 out of snow and ice.
Yeah,
And then,
yeah, it's 1.1.
1.1.
Yeah,
yeah, so we're good.
the million is there after snow and ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just was kind of thinking about circling back to the boom mower discussion, kind of I think what Daryl had touched on. It's a $6,000 or an $8,000 a year expense to be able to mow the levees in town and stuff like that. So we're going to spend $30,000 a year on a boom mower to save ourselves 6 or 8 without having a guaranteed revenue stream coming back in, being able to rent it out. We don't even know if any other town would contract us for it. So
But it's also got a very long life expectancy compared to the years that will pay the 30.
yeah, but they're also very high serviceable expense machines. They run a pretty rugged lifestyle. So there's definitely an expense that comes with owning a boom mower. And so I guess my thought, just speaking candidly, would be if we waited on the boom mower until we could find out if we had an actual revenue stream coming back in from renting it, you could keep the police cruiser where it is, it puts you under your limit, and then we'd have even more free cash available.
Yeah, I think part of the reason that they are, and Capital did this, not me, but part of the discussion we had was around they're spending that money to rent it, but they're not getting it the amount of time that they want. And also they're doing it on weekends because they can't rent it all the time that they need because either it's not available or they don't have the money. And so they're winding up spending overtime to have people do the work that if you had the thing 5 days, Monday through Friday, you wouldn't need to do that. Presumably somebody's using it some of those days, so we're getting it also on the weekends to try to crunch the time up, So it's driving up our overtime as well.
But I think currently the levees are being mowed by an outside contractor, right? I'm pretty sure Rich Jaskey is the one who mows them with that blue New Holland, and I'm pretty sure I've seen an RFP go out for them too.
Right. Rich does that, but it's not just the levees. They do, they do like Main Street down our end of town around all the guardrails and
The side of our street.
side of your street.
They took down all those trees that, I mean, they're not just mowing, really, like they're,
Right.
yeah.
But it is a high maintenance.
It's a very high maintenance machine.
Yeah.
Spend 30 to save 6 or 8 when we could just, for another 5 or 6, contract out a couple more hours to an outside contractor to do it. For now, I don't know, it just seems like a high expense item for something that we probably won't cover in terms of either revenue stream coming back in or the added savings to the town, but.
Yeah, I tend not to consider the revenue in these kinds of things, just, if you get revenue back in, presumably you're gonna do what you do with the road grader, which is put it into a revolving fund and use it to maintain the thing, basically, that's what you're gonna do with it. So it's not really like as a cash to the town kind of situation, but, and also presumably you're gonna be using the thing.
It's also something that we could defer a year and have input from a new DPW director on, and maybe look at it with fresh eyes.
Would that be something serviced in town or would have to go out?
I think from my experience, we have, at my work, we have similar style mowers and, the blades and bushings and bearings and all of that is stuff that you can fix in-house, but none of it is cheap. Any service-specific item like that, they really get you on the parts. Because they know you can't go and get it off a shelf anywhere, you have to buy their product. So a set of blades might cost you $2,500 or $3,000 just for a set of blades, and depending on what you hit, if you hit an old buried bollard somewhere, you can total a set of blades pretty quick. Now I'm spitballing numbers here, I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but they are very high serviceable machines to run. We probably at work on ours, we probably go through at least 2 sets a year.
Bob, did you have a question?
I did. The mention of the Elm Court property and going into possibly finishing up phase 3. I've thought about this the last couple of years, and I vividly remember the previous DPW director saying that he wanted to put up a building on Elm Court for material storage so the guys didn't have to drive from one end of town to the other. I'm curious as to when it became the new maintenance garage for the DPW, but I vividly remember the DPW director saying it was materials storage only, and it was supposed to be a high hoop building. And then it became a Butler building with garage doors and rough plumbing and electric and a bunch of other stuff.
I mean, we talked about this as the mechanics location quite a bit last year.
This was 3 years ago when the first part of the project got approved for the fencing, grading, and the building actually went up. I know last year it was to become the mechanics garage and put in the electric and the heat, but the original project that Phil Genovese proposed when we originally approved, I think it was 95 or 96,000, was only a hoop building with material storage.
I think that's how
Was that
they're
Daryl?
on town floor, but I don't.
Daryl used it.
The hoop.
You're right.
Okay.
That's how I
guess
remember
that's where I'm going, is that we originally agreed to just a materials building, and now we're gonna be into this building for, what, probably $350 between all 3 phases to put the mechanic there? That's not what originally was told to the residents when they voted for that 96,000. I very vividly remember 96 for a hoop building for material storage, and now we've moved it to DPW mechanic.
But what, are we doing anything with that building currently that we know of?
As far as I know, it still has dirt floors.
Right, so do we, I don't know, similar to the school van that sits in the parking lot, do we let the thing sit there and do nothing? Or do we try to finish a project and get it done and have it be serviceable in some way? Whether we put materials in there and store them, or we move the mechanic there, let's get that project finish.
It's not big enough for storage, that's the problem, I guess.
Yeah,
We're
well-
doing a building that wasn't originally planned,
Maybe-
and now we're gonna finish a project that wasn't what it was intended for.
Maybe not, but maybe maybe there was a change when it was from when it was originally presented, and I don't know when that happened or if it happened, but do we just leave a building there not finished?
Or do we
Or-
leave
or
it
we
for
wait
the
for next
new
year, but it's gonna-
DPW director to
right.
put fresh eyes on?
Right, or do we wait till next year when it's gonna cost $150,000
Better
or
be good.
$160,000?
What is the 139?
I said, this person better be good if we're gonna leave all the stuff for them.
I
Right.
think it
Design.
finishes all the heating system and the floors and the,
So it pours
yeah,
Or
I
cement.
don't know exactly what it all entails. Garrett would probably
Finishes it,
have an
basically.
idea,
Finishes it basically.
yeah. I don't know what has to be, I don't know what the building looks like, I've never seen it inside of it or whatever, so,
Wait, looks nice.
huh?
Looks nice on the outside.
Right, but I don't know what needs to be done on the inside, does it need to have a lift put in it, does it need,
There's nothing on the inside.
right,
It did spark conversation at the capital planning committee about these phased projects.
right.
And that we need to have a sound understanding of exactly what they are and know that we're going to do all of the phases rather than,
Right.
so,
Like if,
I am saying that as a resident, I felt like I was, as a taxpayer, I was duped on the original project, it was material storage, that something else went up, and how did that not come back to the residents to approve a completely different use of a building than what was originally told to the taxpayers? This isn't as my official job, this is just, I was thinking it was for, extra trap rock or whatever they were gonna put up there, and then all of a sudden, it's a Butler building, and now got rough plumbing and a bunch of other stuff going in there, so it was just, as a resident,
I still thought it was a hoop building.
I feel like we were kind of led one direction to get the vote, and then now all of a sudden the project
Yeah.
has very much veered off to several $100,000 over the original project cost.
So at that point,
Anytime you start a new enterprise, it leads to additional expenses. I mean, I think that's something to keep in mind.
Well, sorry.
That's something to keep in mind generally, I guess. Every time you go down the road of adding something, then there's additional expenses,
It would have been an additional expense if it was just the hoop building for storage, because it doesn't need to be climate controlled, it doesn't need to have a concrete floor, presumably for material storage, it doesn't have to have garage doors and some of the other things that ultimately went into that. So I understand if you're going down that path, there's going to be other costs if you don't do it all at once and you're doing it as a phase project, but it was only presented as a storage building, that storage doesn't need to be heated
I personally don't remember the storage building discussion. I don't know how many years ago that was, but
Have materials ever been stored in it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I remember.
Daryl remembers the
I
conversation.
remember the conversation, I remember, you know, but here we are, it's $139,000. It does finish it off. It does do some things that probably should be done, get some vehicles put under cover that need to be put under cover, you know, but you addressed it already. In capital, going forward, there needs to be much more discussion about these phase projects and what the end goal is, and
It's like if we ever decided we're gonna do the water lines on 5 and 10, or put in new sewer on 5 and 10, and it's gonna take a 3 or 4 year project where it's design, and then it's this, and then it's then what the project's actually gonna cost. When it first comes on to the warrant, that's to spend $100,000 as design, well, they should be told, well, in the end, it's gonna be a $5 million project, or a $10 million project.
You're talking about like the well work that
Yeah,
is sort of
exactly.
on the
So,
capital plan.
yeah, no, that certainly is something that I think we've been lacking in a lot of places around here, as far as the phased projects.
I mean, we've done it with several buildings, so.
Sure.
It's a problem that
This
it's,
building.
This building.
This building
Yeah.
is a great
it's a
example.
problem that it's gotten repurposed over 3 years, but it's also a problem that it's never been used for the original purpose.
Yeah.
So I think there's
Yeah.
a lot of good points that are brought up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no argument, yes.
Okay, so on these numbers, we do have to make a decision about, I mean, I feel like we decided to pull the cruiser out. There was a suggestion about removing the boom mower. I don't know if people want to talk about that or leave the boom mower in.
Well, I mean, I don't know, should we have a conversation? I mean, should we get more information about that if we have questions? Like, what are the costs here that we're talking about? What are the
What did
I don't know
capital,
that
what
we
did
know.
you guys?
Yeah,
What kind of questions did you ask that, you know, did you ask some of those kinds of
We
questions?
did not have a conversation with Garrett about this. So
Could do that.
that might be something that Andrew
Right.
could have a conversation.
Yeah, I mean, when I talked to him, he said it was the #1 priority of DPW for capital projects,
Right.
was having the boom mower, and made the case that I think has been communicated tonight. But, you know, one thing you could do is we can see where we're at for free cash expenses, and that will help drive the conversation about if we're able to pull out the police cruiser or not. And then if we end up feeling like we don't have the free cash to pull out the police cruiser, then you might need to say no to one of the vehicles on here. Probably COA van or boom mower, but you'll have to decide what you want to do on that.
So I think in the end, we know we have capacity to do a decent amount of, in the new lease program, and cover a lot of vehicles. Whether we get them all or not this year is another story, but maybe we wait till we have some closer numbers to the 29th, and make the final decisions on the 29th.
Another $33,000 becomes available next year, and then $50,000 the year after that.
And another question for Garrett is if this boom rental is in the current DPW budget.
I would think it would be.
Yeah.
It was $6,000 for 1 month, the last time they did it.
Yeah, but I still think pulling the police cruiser out, and not pulling it out, but
Yeah.
paying for it out
Free
of
cash.
free cash, I think makes a whole lot of
I like that idea.
sense, you know, because then that gets us, at least for now, gets us under what we have to,
Right.
yeah.
you know, we're trying to make sure we're 233,000 or something like that. Is that what we paid last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
that gets us well under that number, and then we can figure out the other things. Seems like the COA van, I mean, it's kind of too bad.
And the other side of it is that's a rough estimate, based on the last one they bought. Because I don't think they've ever come in with a,
Yeah.
a written estimate as to what.
So you're gonna need room.
Because when we bought the last van, we were working with like 75 or 80,000, it ended up coming in at 110.
Yeah.
Well, it's not going to be any cheaper than that.
I agree.
So you're gonna, yeah, you're gonna need room.
Yeah, we
anyway.
need room. You do need
Absolutely.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why can't we have the actual number? Isn't it just a matter of calling the car dealer, whatever the
But
dealership
yeah, but
is?
that should be something that whoever submits the project, okay,
Yes.
should submit an estimate with the project, okay? And not just put it on a piece of paper that this department wants a new van and say, now you guys go take care of it, which is what's happening right now.
Now, I will.
I understand that, but I guess my point being, and maybe I'm wrong,
Yeah.
'cause-
And I don't think
and you're
capital
right.
should- I don't think
but-
capital should have to go
No,
find that
no,
number
it's
out
not,
on the finance committee.
I'm not saying capital or finance, but that might have been something that Phil did. Did Phil do that when?
No, that came right from the Council on Aging Director. We didn't even have a number, we were just working with the number on the last one that was bought.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and I,
It could be, well, it depends on how you equip it, you know?
Yeah.
If you get something.
the COA director has looked for other quotes, and we have, other numbers that are out there, and I haven't seen them deviate too much from the 110. So it's been
Okay.
useful for conversation, have the 110.
Okay.
So,
That's
just to
good know, thank
backtrack though, David, the boom mower was just listed as a nice to have.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
no question, yeah. Yeah, I don't think we as the capital said that that's something, Garrett certainly did. I don't think that we as a capital committee decided that that was something that needed to really rise to the top. That was something that would be nice if we could afford it.
Yeah.
Yep. So can we so we're not making a decision on the boom mower, we're going to get some more information.
Yeah.
So I just want to stay on track here. Just going through this capital list.
So what
There's-
about the 139? Are we going to spend that?
The 139?
Not on.
Oh, well, that's,
Yeah.
I mean, I can't see investing money to bring the building to the place we brought it. It does have an intended use, and.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, there should probably be some discussion that, how it's gone from the original purpose to this point, regardless of agreements on
Right.
repurposing it and how to avoid it going forward, or how to see what townspeople think too. I don't know
Well,
if it's past that point, but it's.
I think we just talked about how we avoid this down the road, that if it's a phased project, that all the phases ought to be put out there on the table at the beginning, right? This is what phase one's gonna be, this is what phase two's gonna be, this is what phase three's gonna be, and this is what it should cost, and this is what the purpose of this project is.
I get that, but I
100%.
don't know if it's water under the bridge necessarily.
On
with
this project, it probably is.
Well, if it was past the town floor for, whether it's true or, I don't know. I'm not gonna
But if
harp on
how do you
that.
go backwards?
I mean, you can still use the building as it sits now for material and equipment storage. Just because it doesn't have a concrete floor, there's a trailer, last time I was up there, there was a trailer parked in it anyway.
I don't think you should necessarily go backwards, and I'm not disagreeing with what's been brought up, but why was it never used for materials if that was the original purpose?
I don't think
Is
the
there any-
building was built though for materials, was it?
But if it was passed on town.
But
If
that's
you're
not
talking
what-
about like a hoop building of some kind?
if the person who could really speak to that is not here and can't speak to it, so.
That's the,
We could ask Garrett, and the
Yeah.
DPW, the highway superintendent could speak to this potentially, and it's probably worth doing to get some history there and get a sense of, was it a conscious change for some reason? So,
no,
find that
back
out.
in the
It
day
was a
when Jim
conscious
Reedy used to
Yeah.
come
Yeah,
to
so
all
think
the
so.
where's the ball
meetings,
dropped?
we could get answers to these kind of,
Top priority for me,
Yeah.
moving forward.
But
And
here's
I
where we are right
begged
now, so
and
what do we do
pleaded
now?
the last DPW director to do it, he wouldn't.
I know, but that was one of the things I really enjoyed about Jim is he came to
Communicated everything.
There was a
There-
conscious decision made to change the original design
I'm sure there was.
due to
Yeah.
cost.
Yeah.
Okay, back on track.
Yeah,
What
let's
have-
stay on
what have we
track
made for
because-
decisions here?
Plan
Okay,
for
we're
now.
pulling the cruiser out,
Yeah.
free cash, with the cruiser.
Yes, boom
And-
mower, we're going to get some
We're gonna wait
additional
on-
info, right?
And
Yeah.
for the lease would be the truck, right? The list
The,
month.
the COA van, we have to.
Keep it on there.
So what I'm doing is I'm going through the capital planning list.
Yes.
So there's chapter 90 and we sort of broke it down by funding sources. So there's 2 projects that are on here.
We skipped one that I would love to
The
know.
the living quarters?
The guardrail replacement.
Oh,
If that's listed as a nice to have, $250,000.
yeah, I don't think the capital planning plan to move that forward.
So we'll hold on that for now?
Yeah,
Okay, great. I'm fine with that.
Main Street.
Where all the white posts are.
My end of town?
Yeah. Not all the way up, but from.
No, from like,
From the station.
Yes,
Down.
right.
Yeah, that whole area there, where the sewage treatment plant is and all that.
That's going to be one of those.
from like
That's going to be one of those.
where the
that
houses
have
end
to-
on Main Street and you
Right.
start
The one
getting
that's
into,
on-
To the S curves, yeah,
yeah.
Right.
both sides of the street,
It would be wonderful, but we just
yeah.
didn't feel it was a priority right now. Living quarters, let's skip over because that's part of a larger discussion. So there's 2 projects on here that capital planning was decided to support. They are not taxation funds, so the milling and paving of Elm Street, that's all Chapter 90. And then the other one was replacing the sidewalks with cement on Main Street, but that is grant funding.
And we don't know if that's come through yet, right?
And if it comes through, it comes through, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't.
Do the sidewalks?
Well, I said the same thing as someone who doesn't have sidewalks, and other people keep getting newer sidewalks, but,
And the Elm Street project for paving would not be the whole thing, it would be the parts of it that need it the most, and then next year we would probably finish the project.
which is why I'm taking the time to go to the State House on Thursday and testify about the need for additional Chapter 90 funding for small towns like Hatfield. Okay, so then we already talked about, the ambulance payment is on here.
Although we should note, we did get a significant increase.
We did get a
in
significant
Chapter
increase, but
90
that shouldn't stop us from getting more.
due to the millionaire's tax.
Yeah,
we
well,
got
but
a significant
most of that money
increase.
is going to the MBTA.
No, I mean, but for Hatfield, it is.
We did get-
It's significant.
We
I
did
mean,
get a good amount of money,
Yeah.
yes. But our plan shouldn't be pave until we run out of money.
Yes.
Okay, so the lease payment on the ambulance, that's already built into everything, right, in the budget? So that one's just,
Done.
it's on here as a placeholder almost. We talked about the COA van, the DPW pickup.
Those are things already, those are the ongoing payments.
Yes, and then the 2 F-350s for water and sewer, right? We've got on there.
They're not in here, but they're built into the operating budget through the enterprise funds.
Okay.
So that's all set.
Are they part of the lease?
Yep.
They will be leased, yes. They're just not part of this line item.
Not this lease, their own lease, right, and they'll be paid for.
We don't need to model it from here because it'll be paid for through enterprise.
Okay, so all of the other projects that are listed on the capital plan are ones we already went through because they were part of the CPA articles that we went through.
We should just clarify too that lease is really
Lease
the
purchase.
wrong word.
it's-
It's an auto loan.
It's a lease purchase.
It's not really a lease. We don't give it back at the end or anything.
So
It's a 5-year lease
the
term.
ones that I'm not clear on what we decided were the Elm Court building. We were going to get more information, is that right?
Yes. And I'll do that.
As well as the boom mower.
Yeah.
I mean, from my perspective, we have the money, the Elm Court, I share some of the frustration I've heard, but at this point, we should go, seems we should finish it.
I would agree with that. Capital planning agreed with that. Okay,
And you have the money to be able to still keep your $600,000 or so in free cash as a reserve, just in case.
Yep.
It doesn't bite into
and
that.
we did decide that we would see about trading in or selling or whatever, the school van and the DPW director truck. Okay. So then, if I'm not mistaken, we've gone through the capital plan, we've gone through the warrant, with the exception of the fire department article.
I will just say, Chair, that we didn't cover a couple of these free cash expenditures or other funding source expenditures in the beginning with Finance Committee that were in the general town articles that are non-capital related.
Yeah, there's a
Which
couple right
articles
at the
did you
beginning. There's a
mean?
couple at the beginning.
Starting with Article 6, we need to do the free cash transfer for the opioid settlement fund.
Yep.
Those were funds that never should have gone to free cash.
Okay.
So just if we're keeping score of our free cash,
How
we
much
just
is that?
27,000.
7,741.
Then add another $1,900 that should go to wetlands protection.
Where would it go?
Article 7.
Where would it go when we transfer it?
So Article 6 goes to the opioid settlement fund that already exists. It's just those are funds that should have gone there.
What are we expending those on?
That remains to be seen.
That's
Opioid,
part of
but
the
that's-
survey that's being conducted right now.
And there's work being done by a committee to make recommendations to select board on that. And then Article 9, we'll need to decide what that actually is. We'll get a quote on that. It's not going to be $150,000. It's going to be far less. I shouldn't have put that number on there, but there will be a scope of work to bring us up into compliance for MS4 regulations.
And that would be a free cash.
Do you have a round number maybe?
I honestly don't. And I put the big number just to
Just
be
throw the
scary.
big number
Scare
in
us,
there,
yeah.
Yeah.
just in case.
So Article 7, you do have, David, the 1,917?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The 19,000.
1900.
Then
Yeah, 19, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I did it as $2,000.
we just wrote it down,
Okay.
yeah.
And then the town's website, 7,500?
Yep. You can decide if you don't want to do that. That's completely understandable.
I mean, if it adds additional functionality for residents or,
I mean, I get that it's a one-time expense, but
That could come out of the budget.
yeah, if we find, like if we.
I can definitely put it
If
back
we have
into
all this
budget.
money left, if we really can figure this money out, we know that we have this money, couldn't we just add it to the technology line?
Yes.
For
Yes.
whatever's going to happen next year
Yes.
that.
I did this when
gonna
there
not
was
know about
there was a
now?
lot more free cash than there was budget space,
yeah.
but I can put it right back into
Let's
budget.
put it back in and then,
Yep.
you know, I mean, there's
Easy.
going to be something that comes up under technology next year and the year after that's
Oh, yeah, it's constant,
That's easy. Yep.
yeah,
new router for upstairs.
right.
Couple of new things for somebody's office, some new computer, new screen, new
Yeah.
Yep,
whatever. New
that's easy.
printers.
Okay.
Okay,
I think that's a good plan.
yeah.
Um,
$7,500 doesn't buy you a lot either.
Change the budget article number.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
That's the most important thing.
Yes, so then moving ahead, we get to the budget article. I think that's all the articles we have that the
Right,
finance
because then we
committee-
went to 18,
Yeah.
that's where we
Yep,
started
that's where
taking
we
money.
started. So that brings us now to the fire department. Discussion on the fire department. So I guess my feeling on that, last year, I did think we were going to put 2 questions on the ballot. I missed a meeting. We didn't end up putting 2 questions on. I think we should put it out there and finally just get a read of what townspeople want, if they want 24/7. Are we taking a break or are we good? Okay.
No,
Restroom. and-
Okay. We talk about if, there's just always that's always looming out there, so why not just ask townspeople and see what they want to do? I did think that's what we were going to do last year, but that's my opinion. Ask the question.
What's the select board's take this year?
Well, I mean, I just What do you mean? I mean, I thought that we were going to put 2 questions forward last year, and we ended up putting one, the smaller question, which didn't pass. We keep talking about if we go 24/7, we should just ask. We've got to ask at some point, find out if we're doing it or not.
Has anything more been vetted? We know, everyone knows the study's been done. Has anything more been vetted on top of that for long-term considerations too? With there's
Not that I'm
going to be a
aware.
safety complex, not what year 1 looks like, but like what the other years look like as well.
No, not in a formal sense.
The budget as presented is built for operations for the next 3 to 5. It does not include any of the capital except the one request, which would be a 3-year lease on a temporary living quarters of $46,000, I think, if I recall off the top of my head. So that would give that 3-year window to come up with a more permanent solution, whether it was a renovation of the current facility or purchasing or renovation of another facility. But I don't have that number of what a big capital purchase would be, or the capital
Right.
portion of it. But it is, the operating budget as presented is roughly built out for 5 years.
With annual 2.5% increases or whatever.
COLAs are not included, that's
Right.
just as we deem
Right.
the progression. There would be pay scales built in where currently there isn't, and things like that. So people would actually, there'd be, in the first year or 2, theoretically, there might be a little extra money in the budget. As people get more seniority, they would be entitled to pay increases or step increases, however we label them, which then would get us to that big number. So by year 5, you're still within the budget that was already presented.
Well, at least in that regard too, because it's an override, it builds the base,
Right.
which then gets built
2.5,
on.
yeah.
So
Correct.
in as much as anything keeps pace, it would keep pace presumably.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, oftentimes things don't keep pace, but that has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, when the whole project came up, and I was asked by the select board at that time to essentially try to build a budget for 3 to 5, and that's what I did.
And how are we doing on calls? And, I mean, I want to go down that rabbit hole too much, but are we still missing a lot of calls?
As of this morning, 28 medicals for the year missed.
Since January?
Correct.
And how many responded?
How many response?
Like, how many were there?
That was 100, this morning was 105, I think.
Is
104.
that fiscal year?
No, calendar
It's
year.
calendar year.
So we're missing about 1/3 of our calls.
Correct.
What do you estimate your call volume's gonna be ambulance-wise fiscal year?
I would say because I run everything, the numbers are for the calendar year.
Why are they for calendar year? Aren't we always based on fiscal year?
So just internally, we keep track of calendar year to calendar year instead of fiscal year. It's just,
But you said
And
you
we're
had
still-
100 in the first 3 months of the year, right?
what's that?
You had 100 in the first 3 months?
Yeah, just,
So presumably 400 is a ballpark figure, like.
yeah,
And you'll probably miss around 100.
yeah. Last year was 487, and we missed 127.
So roughly 1/3.
And
And
Not
I,
all transports, I will.
I saw your post before, the statistics, I think that the nighttime calls that you missed was somewhere in the teens for the 3 months.
Yes, this year, the overnight calls to date have been much lower than the previous 3 years, without a doubt.
So, yeah,
It's been a little bit on the slower side right now. But the last 3 years were much higher. I mean, we used to be in the 60s or 70s, and then the previous couple of years, we were, 96, 98.
for the year or for 3 months?
No, for the year. We're just under 100 over the last 3 years on just that 11P to 7A time period.
For received calls.
Yes. Yeah.
I,
So
Like I said,
I
think
guess,
last year was I think like total missed calls was 127, transports was 115. So it was about $88,000 in lost revenue just from missed calls. That was total, not just on the overnights, that was total.
Well, I mean, it's sort of hard to figure out lost revenue because some of the stuff is Medicaid, which is a lower payment, right? And some are higher, so I mean, it's sort of difficult to say 75 grand if you're figuring on the higher end, because some of those would be Medicare. So, I mean, just to be fair.
So where it comes from is that we take the average number of either a Medicare or Medicaid call versus a Blue Cross or a Harvard Pilgrim. So when you take out the average between them, the idea is that you're using $700 per call as your average collection.
Why did you do calendar year instead of fiscal year?
And everybody's using around the same number, 7, 10. But everybody pretty much uses that same number to project. Because that would be your average between the...
That would be averaging it, but as I recall, there was a higher percentage of Medicaid calls going on in town, so
We do.
the average might be a little, I mean, that's just very basic math, what you're doing. So it's not 100% accurate by any means, I don't think. But the reason I didn't want this to go on the ballot last year was because I thought there was just too many questions. I didn't understand, you know, what this $388,000 was going to be for just covering the night shift.
So part of the whole thing would be moving is that it would be a medic and a basic in the station 24 hours a day, and I would not be that daytime paramedic. So essentially I would come off the line, I would do administrative, I would fill in the open shifts when needed if people couldn't fill them during the day or whatnot, so I would still be available for all of that. And then in turn, it also covers the fire calls, which is the other piece of it, where a lot of the discussion over the last 3 years have been very much centered around the ambulance because it is the revenue generating, but there is a reality that we're losing firefighters left and right in the town and there's nobody left to come. So it is a broader picture of what's going on, you know, in the fire service and EMS in general.
So is it typical in comparable departments that the chief is not considered part of that responding force during the day?
Yeah, I only know of maybe about 3 or 4 departments in the Commonwealth that the chief is on the primary ambulance on a regular basis.
That sounds to me like we would be changing your job description as well. Really?
Well, in my job description, it actually states that I shall respond on the ambulance so long as it does not interfere with the regular duties of the fire chief, is in, I think it's paragraph 4 of my duties. So it's not actually the primary part of my job description, or as it's written in my contract. It lists all the other things I do and then says, shall at times respond as necessary, so long as to not interfere.
But I believe the intent is if you are an emergency as the fire chief, not if you were going to a smoke detector inspection or something like that. So yes and no on that.
Yeah.
But I still just don't understand how it's that much more money to add just a night shift.
Well, it's really not, because you're taking in, by adding, you're having now a day paramedic that is not me, and then the evening paramedic and a basic. As far as the hours that are covered.
full day shift.
So we're changing the structure of the department
Right.
on top of adding a night shift.
Not really. I mean, you're changing from the fire chief paramedic going out to a paramedic firefighter.
Right, but now
It would be the same all day.
But now we're paying to have 3 people working during the days, instead of 2 people working during the days.
Correct.
Honestly, I think that will be a deal breaker for voters.
Yeah, I mean,
That's my feeling.
I definitely know that it is a very large ask, but there's a lot of things that are also not getting done on the administrative side, just because of when I am out, I can't get to all of the pieces.
Like, what's not getting done?
Certain inspections aren't getting done. I mean, not that they're required, but even going to, you know, regional meetings, I can't always make them because I'm out on the ambulance or I'm out on a fire call or something else has gotten in the way.
So this 388,000 is adding 2 people for nights.
The level, yes.
And 1 person for day.
We're adding 3 people for almost 400,000.
it's not really adding the people, it's adding the hours. So you're adding essentially 16 hours of medic coverage that's already there, but it's moving the position to a different individual, and then adding a basic position on the overnight that currently does not exist.
How does that break down the 388?
Yeah, I'm still not following how this is costing that much money. That's what I just don't understand it. I'm not arguing, I just don't understand where this is coming from.
And Chief, if that's not the right number, then we can totally work on that. It's just, I took the delta between your proposal for status quo and the proposal for the 24/7.
Yep. So it would be the increase, so for a couple of things would be the full-time salaries that I mentioned, so it would be adding one additional above what we currently are. The rest would become per diem, or the part-timers like we already have. So that ends up being $204,000 that currently is at $140,000.
So 204 for 3 new people.
No, that would be the per diem staff that would then ultimately be filling all of the 24 hours a day.
$204,000 for per diem people.
Correct. So in the end, it's 60,000 more than what it currently is.
That's because per diems are picking up more shifts?
Correct.
Okay.
It's 61,000 more?
Get away from per diems.
It's 61, yeah, is 61,000 more than what we're doing now? So then why do you need So then why do you need $200,000 more if it's?
It's only 60,000 more. The line item is 200.
Right, the whole line item is 204 for the per diem, so it's above what we currently have, just like the full-time ends up being,
Can we just time out this for a second, Bob? This is a very confusing way to explain it. So is 388 the actual number you're looking for?
additional beyond what we.
Additional.
Yes.
So can you just break the 388 down for me? Because I am willing to put this question forward, but that's my personal view. And let's just find out, because believe me, I hear from very impassioned people on both sides of this issue. I think it's something townspeople should decide. But it has to be, we have to be giving a clear example or a clear picture of what you're asking.
Right, and that's what it was last year for me. I just didn't understand it.
Yep, so in all total, the change to the entire salary section would be 376 and the expense is 14.
376, 14. Okay, so let's break it down a little further. What is the 376? I mean, you
So-
must have it broken down by position,
Yep.
right? Okay.
So in mine, so it's just over 90 would be in there. The full-time ends up being 282 total. The part-time is 204. Overtime, shift coverage for training, holidays, all that stuff that has been questionable for a while is 64.7. The fire training stays the same, that it goes up by $2,000 over what we currently have. And then I had built in about $8,700 for like a shift officer. So when no other officer is there, they get $1 an hour when they're in charge to make other decisions. And then there's still ultimately the call firefighters that would go down by $2,000 to $18,000.
Okay. I'm sorry, but I'm still, so you said something about 90,000 in the very beginning?
That was mine.
So there would be no
Mine-
increase in the 90, right? That would be the same as in the
Right, that's
present
the
state
26
budget.
contract.
So I think what we need to do is figure out the increase of each of those, because you just read through what the new version would be.
Well, I
We
want to
wanna
know what is the new money getting us? So if 376 is salaries,
Correct.
new 376,000 in salaries, I just want to know what that is.
So that would add 2 full-time basic positions and 1 medic.
Okay, let me just write this down. So 2 full-time basic,
Beyond what we currently have allotted,
yep,
and an additional full-time medic.
full-time paramedic.
Okay, so we're up to 3 extra people.
So that's adding 3 full-time people. So do you have the breakdowns of like basically what those?
I don't have the individual salaries broken down, no.
Can I,
Not on the sheet.
can I ask a question?
Yep.
Didn't you say you were gonna have a full-time paramedic during the day to to relieve you so that you can do administrative things?
So they wouldn't necessarily be a full-time position. The idea is to use the paramedics that we have that are per diem, and they will each pick up one 24-hour shift per week. So breaking up that rotation, because we work on like an 8-day rotation and an 8-week cycle, each one of them would take one 24-hour shift per week, and then the basics would also be assigned to two 24s per week
This is what
as
it
the
started
full-time
last.
staff.
So some of this is per diem salary as well.
So, but of the 376, is any of that per diem?
Yes,
Yes.
that's all of it. That's full-time per diem, training, overtime, and
Talking about 2, 1, and per diem. Increase of $60,000.
yeah.
If we're running 24/7, how do we need overtime to the tune of $65,000?
If we still gotta cover the shift, if there's nobody to take the shift and somebody calls out of a shift, we still need a staff unless we don't want to. But then we kind of just are reverting.
Oh, so you're adding backfilling also?
Yeah, there would be overtime. So somebody gets held over for a late call, or there's an open shift because somebody took a vacation day
Sick
of the
time.
full time, they would still have to be filling the shift.
Which currently we don't do.
Correct. Right now, if, depending on what it is, it's off. Like we don't backfill me at all.
That's why it's
It's a big cost increase.
that's doing a lot more than just adding night coverage. That's
Right.
that's actually adding day coverage too.
Right, this is essentially saying that we will staff the fire and ambulance department with at least 2 individuals, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
Plus a chief.
Correct.
Okay.
But then if there's an open day medic's position open, because somebody, they have a doctor's appointment, so it would be their scheduled day to work, but hey, I can't get here until 2 o'clock because I have a doctor's appointment, so they come in for the other half of their shift, essentially the 16 out of the 24, some of those would not end up getting backfilled because then I'm still there in the building
During the day.
during the day, correct. So some of this is built as that, that worst case scenario, or every shift is filled, people are gonna have overtime, people are gonna have to go to training, things that are required, and they're gonna be required to be, certain things are off shift. So all of that was being built into this, which is also why the increase. So if I had to send somebody for their full 40 hours of their continuing education, and it all is off duty, that's 40 hours of overtime that they're entitled to because it's a requirement of the job.
And this is to pay for if somebody goes on vacation, you backfill.
Right, so we would still stay staffed, correct.
But per diems don't get vacation, right?
No, because there would be a couple of the full-timers that you potentially still have to backfill.
Okay.
But the per diems could still take a day off. They're not getting compensated. Either we run the shift short, or you have to try to hire somebody to fill that particular spot if they were off. So it's not actually overtime, but you're still paying for somebody to come in.
What about the temporary lodging? Is that part of this budget?
That was the capital for the,
Contingent.
right,
Yeah.
it's all contingent.
So it's not in this.
The 46, it's about 40.
Yeah, whatever the number is that you want to add to the fire department budget, I would suggest we add 45,000 to that number, which then covers
The living
the
quarters.
living quarters.
This is
But
a
is
little.
it 45 for 15 a year, or is it 45 a year?
No, it's 15 a year.
So add $15,000, because if the override passes, then that
15,000
that
for
15 will
what?
be there the next year and the next year, the living
Temporary
quarters.
living quarters.
Does that include heat, electricity, water?
I don't know what those numbers, because we don't pay them out of our budget, so I wouldn't know what that number to even speculate is.
So,
I
so,
couldn't even project it.
and then in 3 years, in theory, then you're talking about either building a public safety building or renovating one of these. And I guess as a citizen, the more we know of what those costs could be. I have a friend in Warren, Mass, and they're building, they're a city of about 5,000. They're building a public safety building right now, and it's $24 million.
Yeah.
They're a little bit bigger, and so the reason I bring it up is it kind of goes back to the Elm Court thing. You know, as we're building, so we know what's coming.
This is the start of a bigger
Yes.
project.
Right.
Because at some point you're going
We are exploring a potential option of a renovation of another building instead of a straight-up build.
Yeah, no, and
Right.
that's great, and then I'm just, that's why I raise.
No,
But
you-
it is
you can
part
get
of
a-
it.
You can get a rough idea, though, of looking at what building something would cost based on that, based on Hadley's new DPW at what, 19 million? What did Williamsburg spend on
Well,
theirs?
Hadley
Theirs
just
is
built their
smaller,
North
but
Station. I don't know what the price tag was on.
Just built one, I mean,
5 or 6, I think.
yeah. So, I mean, you can kind of project somewhere in the middle.
But you know, right, but townspeople need to understand that this would be the first step, and then where there would be an ask, obviously, for a public safety complex. I'm just saying, you know, we keep, all of our discussions around the fire department and even other things are, well, it depends on if we go full-time with the department. We don't even know if townspeople want this. And so I think we should ask. But I think that, you know, these numbers, all of this information, this breakdown of salaries needs to be very clearly spelled out, in my opinion, you know, as part of the information that gets put out.
Should be something that's handed out at town meetings so that people are educated.
You know, like even, I don't even understand what this
the
shift
following week.
officer, $8,700.
Should be like an acting officer to make decisions on shifts. So if somebody calls in, if there's not an actual officer, they make a decision of, are we supposed to go to that call because of where they are?
It's like a differential for being in charge.
Right, you're in charge, you're responsible for making decisions above and beyond the normal duties.
Right, it's not your normal job, so you get a shift differential or a differential for,
How does that work now?
Yeah.
There isn't, because nobody's in charge. Essentially, if unless happens to be one of the 2 lieutenants that pick up shifts, it could be just 2 firefighters, and then they end up calling or texting me.
And right now, do we cover 16 hours in theory?
We are
A day?
allocated for 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I'm the Monday through Friday paramedic.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. And roughly, we miss some calls, so obviously, we don't cover all shifts, or, you know, you're unable to, so.
I mean, just from my own personal perspective, again, I'll go back to what I said before. I think the revenue question is a secondary question in a way.
Yeah.
The question is, do people in town feel like they need to have 24/7? You know, like, that's really the question.
That's the
Whether you
question.
can generate revenue off it or not, I mean, you know,
It'll be.
we're not running a business.
Right.
We're not. We're running a town. So, you know, like,
You're not going to get the revenue to cover it all.
No,
no, you're not. Yeah, you know, I mean.
the revenue will be better,
I mean,
but,
Medicaid is designed not to pay you what it costs.
right.
So how, you know, you can't lose money on everything and make it up in volume, you know, like that's, so it's just, I mean, it's nice that you get some revenue to offset it, but I wouldn't look at it as
I
a
mean,
money
because
making.
there's other sides, that, you know, if you're looking at the revenue side, you could also look at, you know, there are positions very prone to workers' comp claims as well, I mean, right, so.
Well, there's all kinds of things we do that bring in some revenue, but that's not the primary reason we do the thing.
Right.
We don't educate kids to run a school because it brings in revenue. Like, that's a side benefit to doing it.
I feel like we need the answer to the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need the answer to the question, is this what townspeople want? They have to understand, though, exactly what they're getting and exactly what they're paying for, so I think it has to be very clearly spelled out. It gets very confusing. I've gone and met with Bob privately to, this 16-hour and this, and I always understand it when he's talking to me.
I think that's,
It's a little hard to understand when you're not in the business.
I mean, you're getting, I think the clearest way to say it is what the chief actually said at one point, which is that you're getting 24/7, 365 days a year, including backfilling vacations, holidays,
Right.
whatever.
Plus a chief.
Plus a chief,
Right.
somebody is there all the time. So currently, that's not how it operates. It operates like if one of the full-time people takes a sick day, there's not necessarily someone who's going to fill that position. So that shift may go uncovered that day. And plus, you don't have overnight necessarily. So the coverage, this will be 24/7, 365 with backfilling, and it's going to be done through the hiring of a couple of basics, a medic, and increasing the per diems.
Getting a full-time EMS versus
Yeah.
a part-time EMS.
That's right.
Fire.
And fire.
Fire.
Yeah.
Emergency services.
So I have two questions, and one is, of the calls we miss now, I assume South County or Northampton picks up those calls. A couple years ago, there was some irritation because they were picking up a lot of calls. I'm assuming that's better now, so from a town perspective, even though Hatfield didn't get to those calls, somebody got to those calls.
Yes.
There were, and then the second part, or my second question would be, if you got all the money, you're having trouble filling positions now, and it's not just you, it's every department throughout the state.
Nationwide.
How comfortable, do you think you'll be able to fill?
I feel like I have the benefit of having more medics than some other departments. One of my per diems, he's been on a full-time fire department that's in the central part of the state. His whole department has 5 paramedics on the entire department, counting their officers, and they're doing like 5,000 EMS calls a year. We're about to have 13 paramedics on the roster.
Well, and I remember you saying at one time, if the shifts were 24/7, you could set them up in a way that was more attractive to folks than it is now.
Most of our per diem staff would prefer to come here for a minimum of 16 hours, but most of them would prefer a 24-hour shift. It makes it more beneficial. Some of our staff are driving 45, 50 minutes, just shy of an hour, so to ultimately come here potentially for only an 8-hour shift, they're not thrilled about it.
Okay.
And some of them said, I would have picked that shift up, but it's just not worth it for me to drive
And they're
here.
doing these 24-hour shifts on their days off from their regular full-time jobs.
Correct.
So they're getting, that's how they're making extra money on.
Benefit of that work schedule is work 7 days a month, and they pick up 1 extra day per week here, so they still are 3 days out of an 8-day rotation. Right. So we would get the benefit, they still get their shifts, and they come for the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I misunderstood. I thought it was just to add night shift. I didn't realize it was to add so much more.
Yeah, like I said, I know that it's absolutely a very large, it's a big number, but it will guaranteeing that a firefighter and an ambulance from Hatfield is now coming to that call, and we're getting there within an average of 5 minutes. That's our current average response time for us when we're staffed versus not. The other mutual aids are currently at 11 and 15 because we keep track of it.
Right. It's hard to say guaranteed, though. I would be careful about,
Yeah, but we're keeping track of all of that to see exactly from the time of dispatch to the time that our unit or South County or Northampton are on scene.
No, he's seeing guaranteed response. That's what he's saying.
Right.
You can't really,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
can never guarantee
if
that.
we're on another call,
You
we're
have
on another call, but that's
simultaneous,
happening
yeah.
now.
Right, but
Right.
you could guarantee that you are going to be responding to a call, you know, it might not be the one
Right.
you're making, but yeah,
The staffing would be guaranteed.
right.
Yeah.
You can't really guarantee that.
You're somewhere between about
You
9,
can't even guarantee the staff.
I mean, you're between about 9.
Well, then you're not selling 24/7 service. You'd have to back, I mean,
Yeah.
I think something else that's important to add, you know, from my side of being one of the resident call firefighters is that, you know, we don't have droves of people coming down to sign up anymore, and that's not a reflection on this department. It's a nationwide problem. There's just not volunteers doing this anymore. I mean, I remember when I joined in 2011, I was one of like 27 firefighters from this town that lived in town. You know, some of the guys were on the DPW. They could go to the daytime calls. They could come and help out on the ambulance because they were already in town. Now we have like 7 that live in town. So like, there's just not as many of us that are available to go. And when you're talking, most of our per diem people are coming from at least 15 minutes away. That really strains us, especially in those overnight hours or those weird mid-shift hours. Like the 3 o'clock time is really hard for us to staff both on fire and EMS if we don't have people staffed in the building. Because there's a lot of days I'm working till 4, 5, 6 o'clock at night, what have you, and other people as well. And so like those times where you have an influx of people coming back into town, car accidents, medical events, things like that, those are some of the weird times that we have at staffing. So, you know, we don't have the large amount of firefighters that we used to have in town. And so the model of how it used to run 20, 30 years ago is really not comparable to compare to anymore. So there really is a need, you know, and that's kind of my 2 cents on it.
And on the fire side, even with your staffing, you're not staffed to respond to a structure fire overnight. You're still going to need folks to come in, your call folks, and then your mutual aid and all of that, obviously.
The only difference is it puts 2 people available immediately, so soon as the third person arrives, the engine can now respond. Where in the current model, we don't always have that, or if we don't have a shift covered or whatnot, now it's waiting for 3 people to come from home, if they're even available. There's been numerous times where, you know, the engine's responded with only 1 person. As Luke said, we're just getting down in the numbers of people that are available in town, and I'm estimating that I'm potentially going to lose 3 to 4 additional in-town call firefighters within the next 2 to 3 years.
To
Retirements.
retirement.
And other personal business ventures and a few other things that have been brought up.
When you needed 3 people to respond at and you had 25 living in town to pick from, that was one thing, you know?
Totally different.
Yeah, and now you need 3 people to respond at 7 or 8. You know, it's a completely different world, unfortunately.
Totally
you know.
different.
Oh, yeah.
So, if anyone wants to join, come on down and sign up.
do you see the question of, I think Diana touched base on it, last year it was going to be proposed as 2 questions. So the 388, would the 64 also go on there, I guess in your eyes this year and in the select board's eyes?
I think the dual question last year, you know, ultimately it failed. I wouldn't be inclined to do that because I believe that ends up being a Band-Aid. It doesn't end up fixing our problem. That part of that amount that was supposed to go on or went on last year and ultimately failed, part of that was the makeup of the clerical error from the FY24 issue. So, and then the rest of it was that to bring the pay to be competitive. We're now anywhere from $4 to $6 less an hour than most of the other services in the area. I just got new pay scales from South County, Northfield EMS, AMR, Hadley, and now we're anywhere from $3.79 to $6 less than everybody else. So it's hard.
Yeah,
So would you see it the same way?
I was, well, my feeling was we had 2 proposed questions. We asked one, it failed, but we didn't ask the other one, so we should ask the other one and just finally find out once and for all what townspeople think. Because I do hear from people, you know, on both sides still. I think it's just an unresolved issue. And
So what are you suggesting is better to have like a ballot box question, I ask the people what they want,
well, it would trigger an override.
that would trigger an override.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's, just in my mind, and there's no reason to have an opinion question.
Oh, no, it would be to authorize the funding.
The question is, do you want to pay for it?
Right,
Really? Sure.
I'm envisioning an
Yeah.
override question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, if you're going to ask it, yeah.
so, and
ask if you
and
wanna
then
pay.
townspeople can let us know what they want, because I just think it's looming out there. We talk about it like it's this possibility that's coming up. I don't know how townspeople feel.
But I do think if you have this question, that we give all the facts.
Oh,
What's
yes,
going to happen, what could happen down the road, and, I mean, it's going to, we're not even counting benefits for new people. That's another 15 grand.
Health insurance benefits.
well, and that's what I was touching on earlier.
The one additional beyond what we currently should be slated for, so it should be about 35,000, 36,000.
It goes in a different line, but it's a
Still gotta
dollar
go-
amount that
It's
should
got to
be.
go in the line
It
somewhere.
should be included in this figure. So whatever the figure is, it should include the living quarters. It should include any kind of contingency costs, like insurance, because it has to be of And then,
if you're-
and then a
Pension come out of
a
it?
detailed breakdown of what that money
that's
is,
based
what
on
it gets townspeople.
Your salary that you
I mean,
pay.
if you have 8 people and they all start with 2 weeks vacation, there's 16 weeks you got to make up somewhere, right? And that has to be overtime. I mean, people need to know all that stuff.
Right, all of that is already being built into this based off of those that would be, only those that are eligible for it. So it would only be the 4 full-timers beyond myself.
Right, not the per diems.
Right, per diems would not be eligible or not get the vacation or any of the rest of that, so.
Is this to stay at the current hourly rate, or does this give everybody raises also?
So it would bring the top, a senior medic, so somebody that essentially is greater than 10 years as a medic, it would bring them up from the current, today's rate, $3.81
So you're
to the
changing the
top.
pay structure.
So it would take it and put a range in there. So a brand new paramedic, so like our full-timer Nicole, she just got her paramedic, she would essentially start with whatever that fiscal year's new entry level pay would be. So if we're doing a 2% for FY '26, that would then become that person starting. And then for every 2 years, they go up. I think I had it built in as 2%. So it's like a step. So again, that's where I was building in that it's kind of already built for the 3 to 5 years, because we're going to take that long to get everybody up to that, what would then be the top step. But to Sean's point, the budget would also be growing at the same extent, because the base would already be put in place.
So this is to give people raises also?
Right, it would take now what we currently pay, so the top medic would end up going to 30 an hour, and an entry level would end up being, for next year, would be 27 and change.
So just so I get this right, if for this 388, whatever figure you have, you're planning on how many full-time and how many per diem? I'm still trying to understand how you're filling everything, that's all.
At the end, we would have 7 full-time people, including yourself.
As it stands right now, it would be 5.
It'd be 5 full-time
Sorry,
people?
5 plus myself, sorry.
So 6. And then the rest
Plus
would be...
more.
Currently already scheduled or slated for
You
4.
have 4, but you just said you were going to hire 2 full-time basics and 1 full-time medic.
But I don't have all those positions filled right now, so the allocation is there, but not all the positions have been filled.
But we have to talk about what the allocation covers.
No, I'm,
Currently, the budget is set for fire chief, 2 basics, and 1 full-time medic.
okay, so so you're adding 2 full-time people?
Correct.
You're not adding 3, you're not adding 2 basics and 1 medic. You're adding one of each probably, 2 basics.
That's where the confusion
I wrote
comes
down
from.
2 basics and 1 medic.
I was a firefighter for 34 years and I'm confused.
And we're talking about different things too.
Yeah.
So like, the person who's in the budget, but it doesn't exist, the hypothetical person, they don't get health insurance because they don't exist. They're just a position in a budget. So they're not taking the health insurance. So if you're trying to calculate what the benefit costs are, then yes, it is another person.
Yeah.
If you're trying to calculate the salaries, then no, it's not, because the salary's already in the budget. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it depends on what question we're answering, I guess, here.
So if this is confusing to us, and we've been talking about this for years,
gonna
it
be
is going
confusing
to
at town
really
meeting.
befuddle the average voter, and we need to make sure that we're,
But you're just way too far in the weeds. I mean, are we really going to put out, like, what's the retirement cost going to be for, I mean, like, suffice it to say, there's a benefit calculation. It's around, what, 30%?
that dollar amount.
Wouldn't it be part of, wouldn't you want that, something put in there as, if the override is 388,000 and it doesn't include possible health insurance?
I think there should be
That's
a
what-
benefit percentage put in, 22%
Just a
or
percentage.
whatever it is.
I don't wanna be
think we
in the
need to get into
weeds.
breaking down like every.
No.
If the person takes a family
no.
plan, it's going to cost X.
No, Sean, but we do need to make sure that those expenses are covered
Yes,
as
absolutely.
part of, that's
Yeah.
all I'm asking. I'm
Right,
not-
there's a standards percentage.
But we just, it needs to be, if this is a question that moves forward, then people need to actually understand the difference between what they have now and what they're getting.
But I think it's a simple answer. The simple answer is, you have a part-time fire department and ambulance service now, and this is what it
It's not
costs.
part-time, they cover 16 hours a day.
Yeah, part-time. It's not full-time. It's not 24/7.
But
And for $400,000 as a round number, you're gonna get 24/7, 365. However that money is allocated to the bodies that actually are there, or whether it's a paramedic or a regular person, or they're a full-time person, or they're a part-time person, or they're per diem, or whatever, that's really the answer to the question. Do you want what you have now, which we could fit in the budget, which is 16 hours a day, hopefully, if we fill all the shifts.
for people to know if the positions we have now are also getting pay raises in this, right? Like, people need to understand what it's for.
Sure, but that could be a general thing. Some people are gonna get raises, there's gonna be people that get raises, we're gonna have it's gonna cost us more in benefits, it's gonna, people are gonna get more, some people are gonna get vacation time, that kind of stuff. We're gonna run a full-time fire and ambulance, 24/7, 365, which is very different from what we have now.
I realize that. I was just trying to break down what
But I
this
don't
is all
think the
for.
average citizen is gonna ask that question. But I know you are, Greg.
I am, and
I'm totally with you, and I hear you, because you're in the business, and that's, okay?
I'm 100% sure.
I don't know.
We have to be ready with answers. I think they will ask. And then the other concern, and we've talked about this some, is, I'm just concerned that it'll be, well, we're going to go to this department and then there's going to be an ask, now I'm the chief of a full-time department with all these extra and, increases to your salary, requests for that.
But there's also
Like, we
more
need
people
to
he
have
has
a.
to manage as well, if you go to this as well.
That's a fair question
Yeah.
moving forward. If we're talking about knowing what we're getting into, that's also a fair question. Just like a facility is a fair question, all of that is.
Well, a facility is certainly a fair question, because by the very fact that you have a temporary living quarters in here,
Right.
you're telling me there's a facility of some kind in the future, right? Like, so that's not a question, really, that's a known, basically.
Right now, if I call at 2 in the afternoon, I'm probably gonna get Hatfield people responding to my call. If I call at 2 in the morning, I'm probably not.
But-
Okay, and so that's really what townspeople wanna know. If I call at 2 in the morning, am I gonna get people from Hatfield, or am I gonna get South County or Northampton or whoever?
Or how quickly is
And how
anyone
quickly-
coming?
And how quickly
Right.
is anybody coming, yeah.
Right.
But can we, I don't understand, I guess, the other question about the contractual pieces. I felt like when we were talking about the chief's salary or going down that road, and I'm not sure where
I think
what
it's
the
a,
question
it's,
we're going
it's
to
a,
ask is.
the question, I think it's the question that people are going to want to know. You know, we're talking about, this isn't just a, you know, you're building a whole different department. And there's different,
No, I understand people might want to know, but I don't know what the question is that they want to know the answer to.
The question is all
is there,
in, what are the
is this
costs?
it? Is there more coming?
Right.
That's the question.
Right.
And that ends up being a difference on the margins, I think, but.
Does that, but then, are we talking about in regards to the contract with the fire chief?
Sean, I'm talking about what a voter could reasonably be concerned about or expect or have questions about if we create this different department, what other things could come up?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, there's going to be some things that are going to come up. The idea of a public safety complex or a renovation or somewhere for these people to live beyond the temporary 3 to 5 year structure is one obvious question that is going to come up.
That's what we're saying. We're trying to
Right,
figure
but-
out what the answers are to these
No,
questions.
I understand that. I'm just trying to figure out, I guess I just don't understand what it has to do with the chief's position. I mean, the chief is going to negotiate whatever he negotiates with the board of selectmen, whoever that is at the time they do the negotiation with whoever the chief is.
It's a fair question.
But-
Would it be reasonable to expect that a chief of a now different scope of department would have a different
Yeah.
salary
But
request?
He's essentially
That's a
doubling his
fair
department.
question.
He's essentially doubling his department.
But you're the
and-
one who determines the yes or no or to that, answer to that
I
question.
think this is kind of a side path to go down. I think it's understandable that might happen, but it's also a question on the margins when there's other costs in front of us that are probably worth focusing on.
Yeah, so,
Both are true.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, true.
So we
But
need to
it's-
know.
I mean, it's a fair
It
question.
just needs to be known that this is going to expand into more than this is.
Well,
Than what we're asking
and
for.
to be honest, and this is not against the fire or anybody, it's been building for several years.
Oh, yeah,
Right? I mean, and
yep.
out of necessity, a lot of it is out of necessity, so to be fair, and the question is, are we making another jump up?
Yeah.
That's it. Simple question, for the 2.5, so if it was a flop in the first year, does it have to be used the second fiscal year for the same?
No,
no.
So
that's not how, yeah.
I think I'm not trying to sway, but the doomsday all or nothing with this stuff is very important to talk about, the complexes and whatnot, but I mean, I don't think it's agreeing to the next 20 years, voting it through on year one either.
I mean, there's no legal requirement, you know, that you have to, but
Right.
I don't know that it really ever goes the other way, honestly. I mean, in reality, like, you certainly could if something dramatic changed.
I mean, the override a couple of years ago went to the schools, some went to the fire department, and they've remained in those departments since then.
Just a basic question.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, there is no requirement. It could change right after year one.
Right.
Right, because it just we start with a new budget.
Yeah,
But I don't think any public servant would ever, you know,
Take it
I mean,
say,
you
oh,
don't-
we're going to take all that
You don't
money.
know what might happen
Yeah.
5 years from now either, and something could happen and you do something different or whatever, but it's not normal to,
It's also presenting it as a 3 to 5 year,
yeah.
Yes.
and it gives more time, I don't know, I think it's important.
I'm just asking questions that I think townspeople will have.
Nothing wrong with taking something and tearing it apart and looking at it from all the different angles.
But, I mean, I think we should ask the question. I think we need to know what, if townspeople want this.
I agree, but I think a lot of the discussion too comes down to budgeting issues and issues that happens in meetings, and I see both sides that you brought up tonight. I mean,
Well, I just
think-
want to make sure that this is enough, if it passes, to do what the intent is.
Well, that's important.
That's part of
That-
my question about the chief. It's the same premise. Like, is this enough, or is it a starting point? People are gonna wanna know that question, so
Well,
I'm asking.
Right, is it even enough to get to the starting point?
Right, well, that's what you have, that's as far as you can get, really, right?
Right,
No, it's not entirely enough, because
Right.
Permanent quarters?
Well, right, and it's hard to know what that costs, because you don't know what it is, but you could give some ideas about that. Could be anywhere from 5, 6, 7 million to renovate
but we know-
something,
we
to
know-
20 million to build something,
right, but we know what it would cost for this to start, say, in July.
Right. Well, except you also, I think you need to add to it
I agree.
a basic percentage, which is probably about 20% for health insurance, retirement, workers' compensation, all that stuff is,
Right.
It is a part of
And-
adding personnel.
Right,
that's a
yeah,
standard.
yeah, right.
That's
No, I
was
get it, yeah.
one of my points.
Yeah, that's a
That-
standard
yes.
equation. You
Right.
could just,
It just seems like that's not in the equation, and even though the housing is somewhere else, it's somewhere else buried in here. It's not up front
Well, the
with the
housing
rest of
should
it.
be, what was $15,000 a
Right.
year?
Yeah, it would have to be-
So you add 15,000 to it, and then you could add 20% to the 388, whatever that number is.
it's 376 in salary, so you'd add, 20% of that, so you.
Well, I just want to make sure, like, if this
$70,000.
passes and for some reason they don't get the housing.
Yeah, I think you, oh, well,
What do you mean, the permanent
Yeah,
housing?
the trailer or whatever it is.
Oh,
is
well, it
gonna go
would be
there.
part of it.
Yeah. It
Trailer
yeah.
would be built
You
into
should-
that.
You should build.
But that's not built in there now.
no, I
It-
know.
No, it is not.
I know, but
That's
we've,
not in there
we've
now.
done that.
Okay. So it has to be the right number. It has to be the number that will actually make this happen.
But we've done that before, that kind of thing before, and it's not a problem. I mean, you're going to say to people, we're voting on this, and then there's going to be this living quarters. So unless you intend to vote for the living quarters, don't vote for this, because there'll be nowhere for the people to live. I mean, like, that's just, I don't think people would.
You mean the temporary ones?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no, that has to be built into the question.
You just put that in the number.
Yeah, put it
Yeah.
in the
You could
number.
also put the $15,000.
If it's a capital project, it wouldn't be part of the number, though.
You can put it on the ballot.
But at least for the first year.
No,
if
I'm with you, yeah.
I would include it. It's part of the expense of this department.
Right, if you're not going to put it in this number, it needs to be explained that there's other expenses.
Right.
Which
And it's
I think
easier-
that's, I think it's a little fuzzy.
It's easier just to put
yeah.
it in the number and say it's part of
It
it.
just goes in the number, then it's,
Expense
then
to
we know.
make this happen, so
Yeah.
it should be in the number.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's on the capital plan also.
So I would say, if we want to move forward with this, and we want this to be a ballot question, then we need to have the ballot question finalized by next Tuesday, the 15th. So we can do two things. We can schedule another meeting to go over and decide what we want that number to be, because at the suggestion of council, we've been told that we should have a number in the ballot question, or we pick one tonight. We've discussed $376,000 for salary. If we took the 20% conservative estimate for benefits, that would add another $75,200. $14,000 for expenses, $15,000 for the trailer, bring us to $480,200. That would be a conservative estimate, and that would be something that we could feel comfortable putting out to pay for all-in year-one cost of the 24/7 model.
Just one thing about that.
Yeah.
The temporary living thing.
It's only
If you-
temporary.
If you
It's
put
not
it
a
in as,
permanent.
right, if you put it in as part of an override, an operating
Goes back
override.
to your free
then
cash.
it's forever. And 30 years from now, when you're no longer have the thing and you're no longer paying for it, it's still gonna be in there. So like, that's why some.
15,000.
Right, that's why, and
So you
that's
could-
why capital items are traditionally
That's true.
separate. Because,
But that doesn't mean you have to keep paying for it if it's not here.
And we have a line item in our budget for leases and rentals, and that changes annually.
So it's fine.
So what?
I'm comfortable either way. You could,
I
we could
am
do it
too, I
from,
guess.
you could strike the 15 and just do that from capital, free cash, whatever else, if we needed to.
But
But
in
you
the
could
end,
add it Because it's, you know, it's 3 years of expenses, which makes sense to have in an operating budget. It's good to shift some capital expenses.
But it's only
To the operating budget.
$15,000.
Yeah.
And to put it as part of the budget, even if someday it becomes part of some
We'll
other
find something
part.
else to.
Which it will.
Yeah,
be
it
absorbed
will,
by.
so it's,
Unless you
I
just
really
wind up
don't have a
keeping-
preference. I'm fine either way.
yeah,
But I say
I
it's so
would put it
small,
in.
just put it on the,
yeah.
You may wind up keeping it longer than you think.
well, that's the other thing.
I've never known one
You
of those
really think
temporary
in 3
things to
years?
be gone after 3 years, to be honest with you.
These
But
plans.
I think that there needs to be a very, very straightforward, something put out so people totally understand what the expenses are, what those costs cover. And if it includes pay raises and all of that, it needs to be spelled out in there.
So we keep it simple with $400,000 more, you get 24/7 coverage, but we're still not explaining how it's going to expand over the future, right?
It's for, yeah.
Over the
what
years,
was the
I
number
mean-
we just came up with?
The number we just
488.
came
How
up
it's
with
going to
is
expand the department or the needs, like for
Half a million.
permanent
As
living
far
quarters?
as probably cost for needs, like maybe the public safety complex down the road or whatever, or more permanent living, whatever. I mean, right now, that'll be up to the people to decide if they want the 24/7, knowing that they're down the road, there probably will be additional
Have to
costs.
be
Well,
an
there's nothing
additional.
wrong with pointing out that the proposal includes temporary living quarters,
All right.
Right,
which by definition are temporary, right? So like,
yeah.
I mean, we should,
Yeah.
it's fair to say we would be looking to fund a public safety complex.
because remember, they're in a temporary building now. Right. Of some kind. They're already in the temporary spot, yeah. Yeah.
That's a fair, that townspeople should know that.
Yeah.
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 I just think we need the answer to the question.
Okay.
If townspeople are willing to, if they want it, and we'll fund it.
Cows are calling.
Is that fair?
Huh?
I guess that's kind of where I've been at, is I would just prefer an answer, and when the residents speak, then we know exactly where we're at from that point
Exactly.
going forward.
It is their choice, and we should ask them.
It's not up to me, this doesn't, it's not really a thing for me or anything, it's for the residents, what they want for services.
No, because we'll prepare it. So when we get a dollar amount, then we'll just figure it out in terms of where you want to put the money. Because it's going to have to go, if there's going to have to be an alternate budget.
Yep.
And it's going to have to be broken down into several different lines. It's not all just going to go, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, right, we do have to have two budgets, right?
And
Right, but
the
also
alternate
we're
budget's
going to
good.
have like,
We'd have to add something.
we're going to add something to health insurance, we're going to add, you know what I mean? Like it's
Pretty
not-
much have those figures,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just going to be.
yeah, so there's two things going on here. One is just the number that we need for the ballot and the question, and I think we're close to arriving at that. And then there's how do you take those numbers and put them in the appropriate places in the budget, and the budget becomes budget alternate number 2,
Yeah,
and that's fine.
yeah,
I think that's just some spreadsheet magic.
So
we can do
does budget alternate number 2 have to pass?
if you want to spend the money from any
Yes.
potential override, it does.
Yeah,
Yes.
You have
so
to-
on town floor, if that budget didn't pass, the override question doesn't matter. Is that right?
You would,
No, you could still have the ballot vote, and then you'd have to come back to another town meeting.
You could
and
try,
Depending.
yeah.
And
my recommendation would be vote on the question first at town meeting. If it passes, then we know which budget to put on the floor.
right. You wouldn't pass two
We're
budgets.
we passed two budgets. Well,
Is that how you did it when you did the last override a couple years ago?
yeah, we passed one contingent, I think.
But isn't the question part of question 1?
But if it- Yeah, it is.
Question 1.
Question 1 just sets the election, but it has the
People are gonna
language
vote
in
for the
it.
election, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
It's voting for the election.
I don't think you'd vote
Yeah, I
down
don't
the.
think you need
It's
to
a
count
good
that.
question for
Yeah.
the lawyer.
No, I think, I mean, I guess it only matters, if it failed at town meeting, let's just say, it failed at town meeting, then you wouldn't need to worry about budget B any longer.
Right.
Sure.
is what I'm saying.
But the ballot would already be printed by then.
Right, but it would
No,
not.
you still have the ballot.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you still have the ballot.
You still
but
have
it
the
wouldn't-
ballot, and if the ballot by chance passed, then you could, in theory, go have another town meeting and
But
try to get
honestly, I
the...
don't know if that's ever happened.
Yeah, I
You know
don't know
what I
that.
mean? Like that failed at town meeting and then passed at the ballot, like,
Yeah.
It's usually
It's
passes
usually
at town
other
meeting
way
and fails
around.
at the
Yeah,
ballot
yeah,
box.
It goes the other way
Right.
around.
So I
Bob?
think that budget question, I'll resolve with the lawyer. That's not a problem.
I think we did both one time.
Yeah, I
So the other
figure that out.
thing you would need to vote on is the debt exclusion for the
Projects, the capital, the
project,
large,
the
the school
capital
capital
projects.
projects. Bob, did you have something before we,
Just on the letter that I'll put together, the printout that I'll put together, you want what it's going to get. Do you also want to get, in that same letter, do you want it to describe basically what the current is? And so this is what you would have should it fail. Like kind of basically you want the comparison not in there, not just
I would
what it
say,
gives
I
you,
would
but
not
this is what
say
you
this,
currently have.
I would say, this is what you have, this is what would be added with the passage of
Yeah,
it.
I would just be really careful, run
Yeah.
anything by the lawyer,
Yes.
because you got to be really
Yes.
careful what you use public
It-
resources for,
facts-
even explaining it.
Yes.
This is what it is. It's currently 16/7.
Yeah.
Not all shifts are filled. If this passes, it's 24/7.
Yeah.
Boom, done.
But there are even rules on who can advocate for an override.
Yeah, you got to be real careful.
You have,
But this would be like an informational
This is
sheet.
what we currently offer. This is
Yeah.
what this override question, should it pass, offers. And
Right.
also including that, would make pay scales competitive to surrounding areas.
I haven't looked
Two
recently.
people 24/7 at the ALS level.
I haven't looked recently, but I bet you there's like a template thing on the website, mass.gov, that you can look at to see what's allowable for informational purposes. Because it is really limited, like,
It's very limited and be very careful.
yeah.
But we do want townspeople to have information.
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, it's just weird the way this, some things you think would just be information are not. Yeah, yeah.
So we got to come back for this question, or we,
Will we be having another meeting?
That's up to you. So the deadline for the ballot questions is Tuesday, a week from today. You could schedule another meeting, or if you feel comfortable with the status of the ballot questions, which I think you've made most of the decisions you need to on
I
it,
think so.
then you could do that tonight.
I think so, because you've got the new number now, too.
You basically have the number.
You have a number. And if
that's
we
the
were
only
to
thing.
go back and find out that that number was totally wrong, then we can put a quick special meeting together and you three can fix the number.
Okay.
But
Yeah, you're never going to have an exact.
Right,
number.
it's not going to be exact.
Close as you can get it.
Right.
I would be all for doing whatever we can tonight. I am at the Boston Bruins next Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I could do Monday.
So you have in your packet agenda language if someone would like to make a motion. And for the debt exclusion one, there are no changes because that one does not require a number, it seems.
Okay, I will make a motion. I move that the Select Board place the following Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion question on the next annual town election ballot. Shall the town of Hatfield be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2.5, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bond issued in order to replace the boiler and roof of the Hatfield Elementary School and to mill and pave the surface of Billings Way and the parking lots at the Hatfield Elementary School and Smith Academy?
Can someone make a friendly amendment to say the boilers instead of boiler?
Oh,
Apologies.
boilers.
You read it correctly, I just.
Okay.
Second.
Friendly amendment? Okay.
So are we voting on the amendment?
The amended version of what you just said.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now, did we vote to amend it, and now we have to vote it in?
Friendly, so it was accepted.
It's
so
good.
You should
We're
be good to
good.
go.
Okay. All right, so that's the two debt exclusions. And then I make a motion that the Select Board place the following Proposition 2.5 override question on the next annual town election ballot. Shall the town of Hatfield be allowed to assess an additional,
$480 $480,200.
$480,200 in real estate and personal property taxes for the purposes of funding personnel in the fire ambulance department for the fiscal year.
And you add, and associated costs.
And associated costs. Funding personnel in the fire ambulance department and associated costs for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025.
Second.
Nice.
Motion made and second. Any further discussion?
No?
All those in favor? Aye.
Second.
But the rest of the things we need information we can do on April 29th.
That's all right, yeah.
Okay,
I'll confirm, but I believe the warrant has to be signed that night, but otherwise we're good to go.
we got it.
Just have to finish
That
before
was a
midnight.
lot of meeting.
Did we do the community project funding letter?
Did you make a motion, did you adjourn?
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't.
I think we did.
It's been a long night.
We're still,
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.